Good morning. Whoever's in the building here and who is watching us live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day here. So we have, I think, five speakers scheduled for today. So yesterday was a good day, so should be another good one today. So going on our agenda here, we did our prayer yesterday morning, so we'll continue on the day, and then we'll close with the prayer this afternoon. So this morning, the first one I'd like to call up here is our prevention supervisor, Emerson Kipling.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for those of you guys who are joining us again for day 2. I hope you enjoyed yourself yesterday and maybe you found something helpful that's going to help you along the way and things like that. Like they said, for those of you who are joining us today, my name's Emerson Kipling and I'm the Prevention Supervisor for Onion Lake Family Services. My job is to help the team providing services to the community to ultimately reunify families or prevent children from coming into care by connecting family to resources or being that resource to the families. This week, we wanted to incorporate our parenting conference as part of NAW. And I know some of the things we talked about yesterday was trauma and things like that, and that affects us, and that goes hand in hand with addiction. So I'm quite pleased with the way it went yesterday. If you were here last night, you'll see me walking just a little bit slower today because I danced up a storm. And it's fun because you can do that stuff and you can do it sober and you can have fun doing those things sober. And like once you just go for it, it gets a lot easier. And when I was younger, it was like you had to drink to be social, and you don't have to drink to be social. You can be crazy sober, and it's just maybe I was on a slight sugar high, but that's about it. My sugar was a little bit high, but that's probably about it. That's about all I have to say for this morning. But thank you guys. I hope you guys learned lots. I'm excited to hear from our presenters today. I'll be listening just like the rest of you, and I'm getting played off here. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerson. Hey. Right on. Yeah, and my sugar was a little high, but I'm a diabetic, so it's always high. All right. We changed the rules a little bit today. A little mix up on our door prizes yesterday there. So it was all good. It was all G. Nothing serious. It's just that today we want the people to try and stay and participate, and you get one ticket, and that's the only ticket you win with. If you decide to leave, don't leave your tickets with anybody, because we want you to stay. That's what we want you to do. So if you leave, take your tickets with you. We don't want them, because we want you to be here so you can win that big TV over there. 65-inch TV and a lot of good prizes there today also. So like I said, we got about a 5-door prize. I mean, a 5-door prize. Five people on our schedule here to present. So first of all, I would like to call up our first presenter. I'll get him to introduce himself. Dwayne Lasas. Welcome to Chairman. For you white people, clap. I'm sure you got that, right? Okay.
That's it. I'm really honored to be here. Kita skio, pita gotian, pitum goyan. Sikip sagay genochenia. Waterhen Lake, Saskatchewan. My English name is Dwayne Lasas. My Cree name is Wapaksina Piumustus, White Buffalo Man. I'm going to speak on behalf of my grandmother and my cousins. My grandmother is from Anishinaabe, and my cousin brothers are from Cree and Dakota heritage. So I'm going to speak on those languages first, because I really love languages. Anin, nanabojo, nadadui maganaduk. Pinakomen ng pijay guma. Anishinaabe medewewen. And for my brothers, Haukoda, ang kapito washte, mitakoyapi. Mitakoyawase. I like speaking those languages because I heard them growing up, and I'm here to help people understand why our languages are very important and how we're connected to the universe, how we're connected to music, how we're connected to light, and everything else that's not talked about or not in books. I was raised by Edward Waskapatas, Edward running around. And so I grew up hearing the drum and all over 100 round dance songs that he made. He's about 80, I think he's about 84 years old now. He lives in Thunderchild. I'm going to be showing you something that's really extraordinary. What I just said was, I'm going to be jamming with a Mahikan, wolf, kihiu, eagle, and some traditional singers, and they're going to be singing in the same frequency. That's how we're connected. Okay. Did you have your Bluetooth shut off here? You shut off your Bluetooth? Yep. Oh, well, that one's- okay. But before we start, I want to ground everybody. I'm going to talk to you through music right here, because these flutes are not tuned to your songs on the radio. These flutes are tuned to animals, birds. They are healing flutes. You'll feel them. I'm going to get you to close your eyes and listen from in here, because they will ground you, so you understand what I'm talking about. These flutes you will feel. So that's how I would like to start. And then I want to talk about the music, the connections, how our Kagawino Kagina Nagamutik, how they sung through the lullabies. And that connection is, I'll show you where the connection is. Okay. Master. This first tune is a Sioux traditional tune, and I like playing it because it feels good. I like when I play it. I can feel it even when I play it. Here it goes. I forgot to say no clapping. No, but the reason why is because there's an energy. I forgot to say, um, when you clap after I'm finished that tune, there's the energy is still flowing. All of a sudden, clap, and it popped out of there. I forgot to mention that. But anyway, that's okay. Inside your ear, inside uta, pitsai huta. There's a shape, there's something that's shaped like that shell in your ear. And also shaped like that. This is called a nautilus. It's in the ocean. And this is our, the galaxies, that's how they're shaped. Even the sunflowers, they start off like that and they come out like that. And when I do this, I'm not saying I'm crazy. It says I'm balanced. When you hear kapito at sek banapsiskwak, kanagamot sekwa kumangantik, tutimak. You hear them through that. That's where you hear from. Both sides of your ear. They call it a cochlea. And that is your harmony part. And just above that organ there, there's something called the semicircular canal. That's why I can stand on one leg and listen to birds at the same time. So in a moment, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to jam with a wolf. And I'm going to use the tuning of an eagle to do that. And then I want to jam with my relatives from Island Cree, Little Island Cree. I want you to listen to the wolf first. This is what I take with me to the bush when I go to jam with animals, birds, insects, frogs, whatever. Ukulele sika. It's an ukulele, but I call it my ukulele because it's helping me. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to tune it to the flute first. You want help with the mic or something? No, it's this one. And you know we're live. Yep. Okay, pay attention to the wolf again. And I want you to hear, maybe I'll get that other mic. You want to put the other mic on there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, the wolf song is going to sound like this. Now, this is the eagle. Listen to the eagle. Hang on. Tune exactly like the wolf. Now, these are our relatives. Our language, our songs, the birds, the animals, they're all singing in the same frequency. We are well connected people. All indigenous people are connected to the land. We are the land. And when they say land back, we want our lives back. Because the language, kinihiyawen na kawawen, potpik squiwen, kakyo te kakyo miskanakaski pikskuna. All the languages and all the nations throughout Turtle Island sing in that frequency. I have been to Norway. I have been to Hawaii. I've been to Alaska. I've been to Northwest Territories and throughout the United States. And I take my ukulele with me. It goes on the plane with me wherever I go. And when I hear traditional singers singing, all I do is just I reach into the case, pluck my ukulele, and I say, yes, they are singing in the same frequency. I should know this because I've been playing music for 49 years. I know music and hearing traditional music, and I play the blues, I play reggae music, I play Hawaiian music, I play rock, I play country, I play old-time fiddle, I play just about every instrument there is. So I know music. And when I hear something out of tune, I use my little bit of craziness in my head. I use that to connect to that certain frequency, like you just experienced there. The wolf and the eagle and our traditional singers singing in the same frequency. And that frequency is 432 hertz. I hear that on YouTube a lot, where they're trying to connect it, they're comparing it to 440. Now let's just talk about 440 for a while. 440 is all the music from 1956, Elvis until now, is all in 440 hertz. And how I describe hertz to you for the ones that are not musical is if I pluck a guitar string once, it's going to vibrate 440 times a second. That's when you and when you loosen it, you get to 432. I pluck the string, that string is going to vibrate 432 times a second. That's how you measure sound and frequency. So when I got to Hawaii, of course my ukulele had to come with me. When I got there, I was pretty amazed that they were the traditional singers that just sing with a gourd drum. automatically sing in that frequency. So I want to talk about a little bit about the how the universe responds when we talk about music. Okay. Mother Earth is like a heart. She's alive. She's a spirit. She's a living, beating heart. So when she's going through space, she's actually wobbling like a heart. And one rhythm of her heart, kinui sanme ispektarama nistano nistano nyanupno nistano kitchen tatatum no over 25,000 years. That's how long her one heartbeat is. 25,920 years, one cycle from 0 point to 0 point. Like that. So I'm going to write that down. So in the old style watches, the quartz watches people used to wear, now everything's digital. The quartz watches, they were called quartz for a reason, because there's a piece of Mother Earth in those it's quartz crystal. It regulates time perfectly. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. So that's how you regulate time. And your average heartbeat is 60 beats. So we're talking about our rhythm, our heartbeat in terms of time. Just like 25,920 years. Ours is 60 beats a minute. Or Mother Earth's 60. So you divide all those, divide that 25,920 by 60, you will get 432. So that's how you find out that my flutes are tuned to 432. They are tuned to everything else that's a living, including whales and some planets and moons. They sing in that frequency. Let me talk about the other connection with this 432. When I say I'm serious about Nehiyawe when you go kaganuit ma kapikskono mitihe at pigaskwin kaganuit ma kasi ma. We have to hold on to our languages. So in the Cree language, there's 5 tones. 1, the ring fingers 2, middle fingers 3. Okay. So I just wanted to show you that this part here. Okay. Now look at my left hand. The reason why I use my left hand, that's where I hold my tobacco when I'm saying my prayer. Because we're divided in 2. Our right side is our physical side. The word namahti, left-handed, comes from the word matsitatan. We will begin here. And we always begin with spirit and prayer. That's our spirit side. And that's our heart side too. So if you notice my hand, we use mostly these 3 in those tones. But when your grandmother is scolding you, she will use 5 and 1 in her tone. Kipasi mak, like you better go to bed, otherwise Santa Claus is not going to be happy. So when they say kipasi mak, like That's where emotion, 1 and 5 is where the emotion is. And when we're excited to see a new day, we say 3, 3, 5, 1, 3. That's the maximum tone that we use. And we mostly use these ones. 3, 3, 4, 2, 3. Nehia we win. 3, 3, 4, 2, 3. It's just like our Cree is like singing. And if you look at my hand, I'm looking at it this way. There's that 4, 3, 2. We only speak in those when we're normally speaking. When we're not excited, we speak in those tones. So the reason why I designed it this way was because that's how I learned other languages. Other languages have different songs. Our Cree is very unique. So when you say thank you in a Japanese language, they say, Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. They dip their words. Okay. In something that's never ever talked about is how languages throughout the world are connected. When we talk about, since I'm talking about the Japanese language, let's talk about one word that's similar to one of our Cree words. It means the same thing. Now, why is one word in Japan mean the same thing in one of our Cree words? Sokatsu means livelihood, making a living off the land. Isokatsin, you're tough. In the Japanese language, they say seikatsu. Sokatsu, seikatsu. It means the same thing. Making a livelihood. There are other words in other languages. In Spanish, there's a word they say, I'll use it in the sentence, ¿Dónde está el baño? Yeah. ¿Dónde es comida casera? Where is that? Where is this? ¿Dónde means where. How do we say it in Cree? Tante. Donde tante. Now, why is that, right? In India, they have a word for different. They speak a language that is they use in ceremony. It's called Sanskrit. They only use it kakagi sumoche gusto. They don't use it everyday language. They only use it for ceremony. There's this one word that means different in that language. It's used in Syria as well too. And it's Beida. Beida means different. And how do you say different in Cree? Beidos. Beida, beidos. Means the same word. See, nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about how our languages are connected throughout the world. That's how important our language is. It's a language of the universe. We call it our languages Metehe, Atsak, Bigasquiwan. Atsak could be a spirit language or a star language and a heart language. Okay? So I'm here to help people understand that when the residential school in the 60s scoop took us away from our families, that they told our grandparents that Cree will get in the way of learning English. Cree is a substandard language. Now here's a language that's, I'm not knocking down the English language. I'm just saying that it's less than 500 years old in its present form. And ours is thousands and thousands. You don't even know how old our language is. When we say star language, you add that. When you say spirit, you add that. You can't even tell. I can't even, nobody can say how old our languages are. Okay? So now, I'm going to talk about light now. How is light compared to our language? When we say awasis, they come from pure light. But let's talk about light and how it's connected to our language and how it's connected to our breathing. I'll move this here. How it's connected to our survival. See, light has a certain speed, a speed of light. And how is it connected to language? I'll show you. So 186,000, you can write this down, or just 186,282 miles a second. So when you multiply 12 times 12, you get 144. So that's 12 becomes a square root. 12 times 12 is 144. So the square root of the speed of light, anybody want to guess what it is? 432. Same as the animals and birds singing. That's the square root of that. So right on top is the speed of light. And right below it is the square root, which is 432. Everything is connected. So when I say about light, let's talk about a little worm that connects us to light. That's our connection to the sun. That little worm called muhtio. And if you notice muhtio, the word, it has the word ote, muhtio. It has the word heart in it. So that little worm, it comes to eat the leaves off the trees. It's everywhere. It's on the roads. It's in your vehicle wheel wells. People kind of hate it. But that worm has a certain job. Not only does it take away the leaves so other plants can receive the sun, like our medicines. But when it comes those 3 years, about an average 3-year cycle, it stresses out that tree. A tree does not grow very much in those 3 years. So if you were to cut the tree down and look at the tree rings, those tree rings on you, they're really close together. Tinisitas-tigan niya. 3 years, you can see how often the worm comes, because you'll see a thin tree line and then big growth rings and then a thin tree line again. You can measure the cycles. But what happens when that muhtio causes that tree to not to grow for a while? When the tree rings are smaller, what happens is it makes that tree stronger to withstand the wind. The wind can't blow it over because it has thinner tree rings to keep it strong. So that little worm has a big job. Now, before I talk about that worm, I want to show you something. Now, Mother Earth is like an egg. She's shaped like an egg. She's shorter on the North Pole than she is on the equator because she's spinning so fast. So what I did was I got the average. I turned Mother Earth into a ball. I got the average of the North Pole diameter and the equator diameter. So what I got was 7,912.93 miles. Oh. That's Mother Earth's diameter. Now the moon's diameter is 2,160 miles. So you get the answer. I'll just write it down. 3.66339. Now, if you understand the Cree word nisto tamawin, okay? I want to write it down right there. Okay, 3.66339. Now watch this. There's 1 9, 2 6s, and 3 3s. So the 9 is on the top, the 2 6s right below, and the 3 3s right below. So why does that word understanding, nisto tamawin, have nisto? And when you do this simple little mathematics, it connects us to the most strongest structure there is out there, the triangle. Now let's go back to that worm. The worm that does that very special job. We're literally walking on the back of that worm for our life. Because without trees, they survive because of that worm. The trees provide us oxygen. And on the back of that little worm are 9 distinct human footprints right behind on the back of that muhtio. So that's the Creator's way of saying, hey, this is a very, very important little creature. Okay? So now let's talk about that triangle. You ever notice when you're cooking something, you say you're cooking moose meat out on the open fire and you make some tea. You ever notice that that food tastes better? Wait, to make it naswin. Iksagam sigin. No, what's you want, meat so you want, kasik. You ever notice that? Food tastes better. This is why. Everything is connected. That triangle is a symbol of our strength. Kakyo nihiyo, kakyo pata, kakyo kuako magante kuotak taskino. What shape, when you look at a fire, what shape is it? Is it a circle? Is it a square? Is it this? It's shaped like a triangle. The mountains, are they shaped like a circle? Are they shaped like a square? Or are they shaped like a triangle? So earth and fire. What about water and air? Water has three sides to it too. H2O, they sikatamok, but we know it's as nistotamawin because it has 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, 3 sides. Water has that too. And when we kapigas square kaniheoyak, kapigas square, we're breathing outward when we're speaking. We never breathe inside. Otherwise, we sound funny. Otherwise, we sound funny when you breathe trying to talk Cree. Okay? We're breathing out. We breathe oxygen. But we breathe out carbon dioxide. 1 carbon, 2 oxygen. 3. Nisto tamawin. 3 sides. That is why. I'm meeting you. I'm done. Pipis the Green Ralph. It's your the with the skimak. Remember, I talk about that is why the food tastes better? Because the spirit of that fire, the spirit of that water, the spirit of that earth, the spirit of that air, and the spirit of that moose meat that you're eating after you have placed tobacco down, after inagwatsuin, imnahuin, when you bring down a moose. So all those spirit of that moose, that fire, that water, that air, and all the elements, those spirit, that's why everything tastes so good, because you're getting the spirit of all those combined. And that power alone of just that meal, it's also the same power as your language. All of that is working in unison. Okay? That little thing in your head, in your ear, your cochlea, it's all over the world. This is in Utah. You see that shape? This is in Ohio. See that shape? This is in Cuzco, South America. And this is in Germany. That shape is all over. That's the shape of balance in the universe. That shape has been around for millions and millions of years, even before the time of the last dinosaurs. These were found in the rocks, and they're 145 to 65 million years old. So this is a balance that's been there a long time, and it's connected to our language. Stawan me kuse spike. Kakyo squats. That's my nuako mangan. We're related to everything, not only from the earth, but also from the universe. O makakyo kakskita mahkoma. Yukten me tagotik. Yeah, that's what my guy kisik. And speaking of the word kisigok, kisik means sky. There's another word that I just thought of from the Sanskrit, from the old language in India. They say akashic. That's their word for sky. Doesn't it sound like kisik? Akashic, kisik, which means the same thing. I just want to throw that one in. You ever wonder why, when the moon covers the sun in a lunar eclipse? Ever wonder why everything's so perfect? Where the light, you see the corona around the moon. It's probably kind of dangerous to look at, but that part is very. So here is a number. I want to show you how important your language is. 1.618 is called the golden ratio, the number of perfection. So, it's how this Fibonacci and the golden ratio. This is how easy it is. 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. It just keeps going on like that. You just add the last 2 to get the next number. So every time you take this number and you divide it by the last one, 233 divided by 144, 377 divided by 233. You get the same answer. Creator don't make mistakes, which means you're not a mistake. We're all here for a reason. Our language is our medicine. And when we say the words like Pimohti, we're using H. Oh, how many people here speak Cree? Nihiawak. Okay. Okay, so I'm seeing about maybe 35%. So the people that never spoke Cree, this is our medicine because it's alive. It's a spirit. Our language is actually a spirit. When we breathe out, when we're talking, what we're giving is life to a tree, carbon dioxide. And when we say Pimohti, we're pushing that H like Pimohti. Pimohti, we're breathing life. And our spirit, is a piece of us is going out when we're talking to somebody. And our language is a heart language. Everything we do and say, well, not everything, but a lot of what we do and say is talking about a heart. Ever see your auntie go like this? Niti. Niti. There's a meaning behind that. It comes from the word nitehe, my heart. Because we don't point at ceremonies. Sun dances, we don't point. We just don't. It's like clapping. Takes the energy away. And my friend Ralph here will talk about energy soon after about But niti, what we're actually saying is, because it comes from the word niti here. Niti, over there where my heart needs to be. Or over there where my relative, the other heart that I speak to, needs to be. Or that's where they are. We're talking about a heart. Just like the word Timohti, it has the word otehe. Otehe means another person's heart. Timohti doesn't only mean walk. It means you're walking for the purpose of another person's heart. That's the best way to describe that word. Because we're always in service of others. In order for us to move forward, we need to be of service or sacrifice ourselves a bit or fast. We need to do something in order to move forward. And that's just the way we are. We're giving, sharing people. We've always been that way, and we must maintain that. Did you want to do this together on this one? We'll do some things together, because what he teaches and what I teach are like this. Because what we talk about, the overlap. So does anybody have any questions or any thoughts before I move forward? Kiwag no tikwichikum no. Kinstohtawan si kakyo kapix ko na maga. You understand what I've been saying here? Isn't those mysteries, the way we're connected, isn't that awesome? How the music, the light, and everything is connected. Okay, we're going to move forward here. Okay, those flutes that you heard, that flute that you heard was made by a man from the Cayuga Nation, Six Nations Reserve of the Grand River in Ontario. So before he makes those flutes, he puts tobacco down for the wood. And because it's going to be a healing flute. So he followed that way of collecting. And he tunes it precisely to that 432. And I must say something else too. He was pretty shocked himself when I told him, Ralph Morin here writes powwow songs. And he showed me this one powwow song. And I think he really wanted to know if he was singing in 432. So I reached into my case, plucked the ukulele, and sure enough, he was singing exactly 432. So that's incredible. All those, there are some places where you can actually listen to flute and music on YouTube. That is in 432. You just have to search for them. You'll find them. And one guy is, if you want to write it down, his name is Carlos Nakai, Nakai. That is Carlos, Carlos Nakai. Listen to his flute if you want to relax. If you want to just blend into the universe, that's the kind you listen to. Okay, what I showed you here about the 9, 3, and the 6s, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Those are everywhere. And I call it the Nisto Tamawan factor. So if you notice on the top of Saturn, the North Pole of Saturn has 6 sides on it. And that's part of that. This here. And the worm has those 9 footprints. Okay. And on the beehive, if these were circles, there'd be spaces in between there. And bacteria would get in there and it wouldn't be very good for the bees. So that's why they use as least amount of wax, and there's 6 sides to it. So everything we do, everything we see is all about Nisto Tamawan. And there are 9 planets in the sun. And based on Nisto Tamawan, we are third rock from the sun. So it's all there. And if you notice when you say Nihiyawewin, the last 3 Nihiyawewin is where the emphasis is. So there's that connection, Nisto Tamawan connection again. And when we start Nihiyawewin 3, 3, 4, 2, 3, we start off with a 3, we end with a 3. So there's something very extraordinary about this language. And using that number system, you can learn Cree using just that simple mathematics. If you can count to 5, you can speak the Cree. You speak the Cree language. You know, we hear that so many times. Oh, it's so hard to learn Cree. But when we say that, we believe it. Okay? This is the process to learn, to get your Cree language back. Take your tobacco, make an offering, because it's not a brain like English. It's not a mind language like English. It's a heart language, spirit language. If you want a spirit language, you have to put tobacco down and ask for it. That's the first thing I do with the people I teach. Bring forward something of Mother Earth and give it for what you want. An elder once told me the tobacco was like a USB drive. You can take it from one laptop to another. It's a memory storage. See, what tobacco does is it takes what you're asking for and stores it right here. I'll give you an example of what happened. When I go and ask for teachings, and I used to hang around with a lot of elders from many nations, the late George Goodstriker of the Blackfoot Nation. I used to sweat with him in Alberta. The late Senator Frank McIntyre from the Dene Nation. He spoke Dene and he spoke Cree. And I hung around with him a lot. Yeah, the late George LaRock Sr., Waterhen. I was always with him, even to 1 week before he left this earth. So those are some really incredible people that I used to share hearts with, heart to heart. So the way that this language works is proper pronunciation. Okay, I'm going to show you by telling you a story about how to pronounce tss, okay? So, ipintom goyan agamaskik. I am asked to go and visit in Europe. Agamaskik ipintom goyan. Igipahpihta kisawa napyo. Tansay six na hamagyan. This man was wondering, how am I teaching this? So he invited me to Europe. This is just a make-up story. It's not really a true story. This is just to show you how to pronounce that in a funny way. So I packed my bags and said, okay, I'm going to go to Europe. I want to go visit this guy who's interested in what I'm teaching. So I packed my bag and I call a cab, takes me to the airport. I'm flying off to Europe. So I get off the tarmac airport in some European country. So there's a big limousine there parked there. So I grabbed my garbage bag and I gave it to the driver, and he kind of puts it in the trunk like this. That's my luggage you're talking. So I was carrying this garbage bag with me all over Europe. But as soon as I get into the limousine, I just rushed to this place where it has a driveway like this. You drive in and he parks right in front of the building, and the servant takes my little garbage bag, my luggage, and he brings it out. And I'm looking at this huge mansion. It's such a big house. Is about 200 of my relatives could live here. I was thinking 200 of my Nihio family. We could live, if we can fit 15 in one car, we can fit 200 in this big building. So anyway, I'm looking at this building, and the servant comes to get my bag, takes it up, and I grab these big lion-faced knock. Bang, that door is so huge. And then the servant opens the door and allows me in. And I walk into this grand room, kind of like this, but it has stairs coming down like this on both sides. So I'm looking around, nobody here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the story and then we'll go on to the next one. So anyway, down the stairs comes this European guy. He's wearing a purple robe, a really nice tie, a white shirt. His mustache is really nicely done. His hair is perfect. By my outset, kind of an ugly guy. But he's carrying a white cat. He's carrying a white cat, and there's 4 more walking behind him. Apparently, he's a cat person. So he's not saying anything. He's just looking at me in awe, and I'm looking at him, and I gotta say something. So I said, nice cats. I said, this first thing that come out of my head. It's kind of a stupid remark. But he says, he looks at me kind of shocked. Cats? These are not cats. These are cots. And the only thing that popped into my mind was, oh, mama's cats. So when you say cots, that way you can speak Cree. Cots. Everybody say that. Cots. Mama's cots. Yeah, that's a word for amazing. Okay, except for now. What was the next one? Somebody else coming up? Oh yeah, if you want to come up. Yeah. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Some of the stuff I'm talking about, Ralph is going to come add to it. You can add to it. Huh? You can add with your stuff. Awesome.
Tapi ayatamaya tamskat na oga kino ako magantik. Nas ko muna sminagist o tapinista bituftian. Nenneski o tagipian ni ko tanimichita ya. Eki ya nagskawagig ko ako maganog. Ako at may wichiwagig michit. Ako may naiks na mauchik michit. Michit may 2000 gamuin wag may wichiwa kaya asno chikski maog. Ego gihtieg tenala. When I was here for 5 years, gihtieg mistehe. Gakiukoang bigakiuka gakiukog. Ay tapa kumau kadit. Nuchtawis tapa kumau. Nemusum tapa kumau ganuhtawin tapa kumau. Pewa kuhta manuksis kakipietuski anuta. Mangagasimun. Sama tet mun stuhtamok ni hiuyun. Higo kumaganno kakamaimuta issuinoma ngakui mamskutin tanike tan sumisatu skima kakipmai kita bigskun noma. Higo nanaskum naga kioga itapumkuigo kangi. Issuinoma pematsuin kakio ikusia kakio. Higo man nanaskutin kakioma matsuno tayo ikusia. Kuhtawin o kimikuya. Ego meno muta kawahkuhto ya homma. Omuta. Tansa ka pisiksi namago ja kehti eguge. Kiswahkuhto ja. Kettamatsi hun nahuhtsia. Kimpim nahuhtsia. Ja kammiota kotige. Ja koppuko minä kaks namahtsega vassag. Tansa kis joitsihtutsig. Kis mõnatsihtutsig. Ja no siis suuntahtu kissigau. Ja kotu ees kammapugo. Ja kun tamppukuus mä amtun ihtamani kitihi kimpimi. Ja tohtsigo ja kikaskittaan kun miu itsioita issiinu. Kispinki mä amtun ihtsiganik tuht maatsen tänä ja yksiga aska omangpaa pattakskaan mä maitu taatunu. Oga atsi mingi saa kui ihtunu ennojimas kaussid. Maga isko jäätsuma, kun taski luovutta hommaga piittavuna muikkakin joka attako. Uttakaa pitää ikuttakin jouau. Pintuhta maagiik. Kahki on joku neuna naskotin stöki kojuhi. Joku tais mahtsuun kautta nämä askiuma. Umom kiehunno. Ja vahkuhtuuma kautta johtuhtiima kahaski. Joku neunga kui mä skuutin. Joku haumuutta tadi kun kaapat sihta atuma. Joku minanga kui mä skuutin. Kakuin stuhtahke kuskai. Joku kihtieg muikin koi pyyhtämään. Muiomkin koi pyyhtämättäko. Ja pikskis hokimujaan typiä. Ja pää suutsina mannistakin koi kihtii pää suutsina muut. Ja kainaan toi tiimik. Mistä isi piutuusin jo. Nistä näitä maksnaan. Avassak. Nää toki koi jotta miikuja. Ja kun tuon meikon niu humpukumaan muhkamaan tuon kihtii vaan kiittuun. Akse. Good morning. I'm very glad that I'm back here in Onion Lake. I was here for 5 years as a principal, as a teacher. And I'm very thankful that I'm here again. First of all, I give thanks for the Spirit. That's all what every one of us, we have a spirit. And we come to be born here physically into this world. People call that in the Western world energy. They call that consciousness. They call that spirit. They call it all kinds of names. But really, our people call it Isuin. Milpemat Isuin. And in those energy, there's energy teachings. I call it energy because when stop how the spirit works, know more than me, but I do know that it works with energy. And the spirit of our language, you're demonstrating that spirit. So when you speak to somebody, you hear sound. And that's the sound of the spirit of who you are as a nihio. Nihio ittuivin, utautski tiekittuukikam, ikuitsimagik. Tan suma language kaittuja. Kiko muuttagi jointa yhtä mikta vasem suokaa suutsna mahtsik, kussin muog. What do you want your grandchildren and great-grandchildren? What do you want to leave them? And they said 4 things. Wahkohtuin, kiittoogo takihtieg. Ja kui ma vaatasin seda kihtiig. So wahkohtuin is the unity of all energies, all life. You guys are all energy, you're all spirit, all that. to find balance and biyagon gahkyo, you have to apply some principles and some teachings. Wahkuhtuin. The second thing they said is Ksnahomawasuin, Ksnahomagisukimuin, Kakiskanawaso matay sino, Oguta, Kaksnahomahzik, and tinim na nagtansik is Ksnawaso kimutsik, Muya kahagwaskawatsik, or Hawas Samakaksknawaso matsik, Iksawasis and Gweskap muhtid to reach her potential. So Ksnawaso kimuin is Kweskwatsuin is honesty. It's a virtue. Kweskwatsuin. So kakskanawaso matay sino, when you're telling somebody how to be honest, it's telling them what they need to use and how to be. When they get out of this road and they're doing things that are not the way it's supposed to be, elders come in, ekskanawasomatsik. So that's what the elders said here. We want that. And the third thing they said they want is scheme suing. Scheme suinoma is identity, people are saying. So it's our way of identification is what's our lineage? Grandfather and grandmother. What is this line that I come from? And what is this? Tansum, my people. What's their stories? Hatsimuna. What is their ways of knowing with Tamagusuna? And so what are those things for me? Who was my great-great-grandfather? Who was my great-great-grandmother? If I know this lineage, then maybe I'll get to have great-grandchildren. And people used to say, uyutsu. Uyutsin gausaya simin. Magakatans ko tapi na iwag tuyutsin. They're talking about this. Utsuin is this energy. Kitsu, kitsi, tansum kitsi gasun. That's good. Nia, I had to learn not to identify myself with my clothes and my people and my buildings and my beautiful car and things like that. Those are all material. They come and go. They perish into the earth and they come again, they perish. That's not what our people identified themselves with. They identified themselves with the spirit of the language, the blood of their relatives, and the land they occupied. And the land that you occupy changes. It never stays the same. But your blood stays the same. Did you know that nose that you have right now is the same nose your great-great-grandfather had? If you take a look, you'll have the same nose. That stays the same. Your smile stays the same. Your behavior, that scene stays the same. That's your bloodline. But the spirit where we all come from, is one thing. It's unified. Wahkuhtuin gahkyo. Muipitos. Kihtiig man, they used to talk about that. Kahkyo mapigon guhtao no isiknop. They said that. What are they talking about? I used to think there's a man out there looking at us and we're all the same. No. I understand it today. I'm a spirit. You're a spirit. Everybody's a spirit. You're all energy. We're all the same to the Creator. And then so that's the spirit. Music, what is this guy's talking about? I've been a singer for 30 years. Nikski mao na haniti, no, kumagan, biyutsing gamumo. Nikski mao agmin nakskawawa. And here's one thing I've noticed after 35 years. When our people come in, the beat goes. This is this frequency he's talking about. If you take a look at a guitar, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strings. And so what's happening is 3, 2, 1 guy to it. He's counting those second string, third string, and fourth string. And when he goes on that third string, ni, he, ya, we, win, drops the 2. He has to teach that to people because many of us are not good at math like him. When he first talked about it, I said, what the heck is this all about? So, I was never good at math. Maguma, I looked at the language, kikoy ay muta. Ichiku muta sound travels msisi. When you sing, ding, that high little string, ding, 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 ding. The sound travels to the bass at the top, boom. So, the kumu mayapatsi that to try to teach ni, he, ya, we, win, drops the 2 on that guitar string. So, travel, sound, harmony, power singing, I noticed the same thing. Then you have to dance in the middle of it because if you follow the beat, you go like this, like Muniao. When people don't know how to dance, you see someone, they're not in beat. Boys, but when you're getting beat, you're dancing on that 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2. You're dancing on that 3. If you don't know how to dance on that beat, even the drummers go, when they try to sing stuff. I think that's what he's trying to teach me in Titid, man. But it's so way high up there with his mathematics, millions. I can't understand what the heck he's talking about. But for music, because of singing, I understand. So you have to picture a guitar, and that's what he's using to understand what he's talking about, how this language works. So, ni, he, ya, we, win on that guitar. It's like dancing. So, sound, isuin, is the very base of life. But in order for that sound and that spirit to grow on earth, when it comes down, it gets into the earth, it needs water to grow. Everything needs water to grow. And if you take a look at your body, 87% is water. Imagine that, 80%, 87%. And 13% is your meat and potatoes. If you eat lots like me, you'll have lots of meat, a little bit of potatoes. So if you're focusing, if our children are focusing on their meat and potatoes every day, and it's driving me and them crazy because they want to be looking like everybody else, who's teaching about the 87% of water? Who's teaching about the feelings? Who's teaching about how to be in relation? Who's teaching about how to work and make things grow? O pignawasuin. O pignamatuin. O pikihkiwin. Ka pikihtain gigwi. Who's doing that? Who's working with the water? To balance the spirit, odds is one side. The spirit comes from way, way back there. It's like climbing a stairs. Each generation left something for the other one. They did not leave them physical things like mansions. They didn't leave them. Every time and space is different. If you go back 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, Onion Lake's changed. And it's always going to change. Big River has changed so much. And it's always going to change. You go back 20 years, 30 years, kiteko with the magic. Namusum dansigis nagos kayas. they'll tell you. Ay, gigyo ka to chikman kihtig. The elders used to visit the older people. And they used to get together. Igisus ko na chiki chikmana. Isus ko na kig mud on the logs. Hey, go tayo wasakap chiki pap chiki. Hey, we hit the chik. They used to say that to me. People nurtured that relationship to work together because they understand that's the only thing we have to work on to have a good community. Kawichihituya. Kawichihito is sino, you're walking with them. Kawichukamot, you're helping him do something. Kawichitasuin, you're naskin utakigo, you're ready to help. 3 things. And if you're not serving, that's what how do you expect blessings to come back to you? How do you expect your neighbor to come and help you? It's the very basis of physical life is helping each other. And our people have always demonstrated that forever and ever. Now, we have become so physical with material goods. Inisuin, ignosim. That's what he said to me. And I had no idea in the beginning. Inisuin is all intellect. Inisuin, nisuki ko ipugi opzitain. Hoyag managagin tumta chaka, piwichukamon, pinisukamon. That's what the language is, elders. No. They're talking about inisuin. Somebody's going to come and help me figure this out. Somebody's going to help me build that. Somebody's going to help me put this medicine. 2 people helping each other. Intellect is inisuin. Painisuan around. Tekilapita kuhtit nusimo. Oh, my son is smart. Can I tell you a story? Mrs. Duquette is my adopted mom. And I had a broken leg at 5 years old. And I went to stay in a Big River hospital. And back then you stayed there for a long time. But anyway, I was 5 years old. The first morning, no te katan. Etekswasya na may going tutod. No te katan. And all these nurses only spoke English. Kitate kapihtaw to Mrs. Duquette. Kapisagi with, and I still remember kapisagi at my door. Kwaskuyupian, Mama. Kanstonog. Mo magi Mama. I stepped back. And then she came and sat down. Every time on the funerals or gatherings back home, go up and I go and homog. I was the one that showed this guy how to speak English. She says that to me all the time. Man, she used to get me shy doing that. And she still does it today. She must close to 90 years old, my mom. But what she did is, finally I got used to her. I was gotta get work with them, love them. Don't pressure them to know intellect. Simag. Work with them. Get to know their feelings. Get to know the spirit of the home. Then you can teach them things. But if he's gagi to kawog, just like here at Kihiw, they take those kids coming in, they do a ceremony, they smudge. People are caring to the water and the spirit first before they try to teach that body something. And this is the truth. They used to come and ask me to take them to the Chief Taylor other schools. And the kids are climbing the walls there because they haven't been taught Tanski since Minsuchik. These children, they learn how to be aware of things. And they learn how to sit still. They understand the process of that old guy that's doing the pipe ceremony, or that old man that's singing the songs, or else those teachers that are trying to care for them. They're not worried about academics. They're not worried about learning math. They're just learning the language. But how come when they go to the other schools, they can participate? May take them a couple of years to catch up, but they just surpass those other students. It's something to look at. And so, hiyaguma, higigsnamaut. Omsam gituin gus, hungry, gituin amma. Musta utum, ika mugugi, niyo ichikugug. All right. Next morning, hungry. This tipuyad nurse came running in. Okay, I'll feed you. And that's how I survived. Ikuti. My 5 months, yan. But so the water is very important. That's what makes us grow. That's what gives us life to that spirit, but also the physicalness of us. Now, the last thing I'll talk about, because I know he talked a lot about things. The last thing, and then we can go into some of these words, like soon, because I know this is traditional parenting, guys. I want to lay the foundation down first for you to understand all this other stuff Gihtiek talk about. I want to remind you how it works. And that's what I'm here to do, is to remind. Especially maybe the English intellectual people may need to catch up, because the system has not taught us about the spirit and about water. It only taught us a skill matsuin, and that's all intellect, and I'll talk about that. So the land's concept after water is kihkiwin. Kihkiwin is your health, the body health. Health is important. So we call this, when we try to improve kihkiwin, we put strength in there. And so we put maskihkiwin is not a medicine, it is a process of how you get your body healthy. All of these words that I'm going to talk about are processes. They're not literal meanings, and they don't work the same way as English. Milpmatsuin to achieve it. You can't just have it right now. You have to work with all three things. And everybody has to understand that. Nobody, you know what intellects do? They come into the meeting and somebody's talking, their wheels start turning. What are they doing? Because they want to respond. They're not listening. Because that's what intellect does to us. Like my library is so big, when somebody's talking, I have a hard time controlling myself to listen, to truly listen, open my mind. Most intellects, if not all of them, I say the wheel thinking starts to, when you do that, when that guy stops, I have something to say. I say, my mom to and you're not even listening. That's how an intellectual mind works, because we've been trained to do that. When you go to school the first day, when I was kindergarten, hey, Dwayne, hey, listen. That's how I was as a student, because that teacher said, hey, listen. I'm starting to play again. All of a sudden, he come at me, listen. So assuming I'm frozen again, assuming I try real hard, assuming Dwayne, I want to play with him again, then listen. Now I'm traumatized. Now my life has just been out of my head. Now this exploring that I wanted to do, because I've never been in this space, has just been beaten out of me. Now I'm trained to listen. All this thing that they're telling me, I'm supposed to try to keep it, and I'm supposed to file it in the library. And that's what we go through with the education system. It's just a big library. Inisun. Nstuhtamaun. Kihtieg, what they talk about is nstuki kui katutaman. Uta ki kui utsmam tanihtaman. You tell this one here's the boss, your heart. It's got 80%. It is the most sophisticated computer on the planet Earth, and you're not using it. It's your heart. 87% of your memory cells, everything that lives in that water. And you're not tapping into it. You're just using intellect to try to show people about life. Uta. Nistis. I have respect for Nistis because his heart is older than mine. I respect Nimis because her heart is older than mine. And whatever she learns, she pours it into me. Nimamsi tutawa. Nistis ntaskuhao. Whatever I follow his heart because he's showing me how to hunt, how to work, how to do these things. And I respect that. Then I do the same thing to my Nisimnia. Nisima, my little brother. Nisimisoa, that my little sister. Two differences. Nisim, Nisimis. Nimis. So the physical part of us, the way what's happened to us because people came into our territory and they took away the water understandings and they took away the spiritual understandings, and here we are left with just inisuin. And we're trying to correct our problems, challenges, fix our young people, things that are coming into our lands and territory just using intellect. Whenever there's a problem, they throw a program in there. When that stops working, they throw another one. Muniao operates like that, not us. We have to use wahkuhtu and understand that we're all one. How does that principle work? Is mpi itamahchehun. Kasagi witatawatay sino. Ipisagi witatatagoma. Kispiniya kasagi tako, I wouldn't be here. I'd stay at home. I sagi witatago. When I'm happy with the ngasagawan, yeehaw! Everybody smiles, eh? That's my joy, being with my people. Higwahisagi hitago. Yawe hitago. This energy of love. And everybody does that. Wahkuhtuin starts to balance out. Muyayak nakatao tikmakagtamaksit because iktamakstay sino piyak in this whole community that we're all poor. Because we understand Wahkuhtuin operates on one principle. Tapwewin. Tapwewin, when people say truth. Magakiano, it means three meanings. Katapastain kikoy. Ipakihtiguma. No kum se tapastagoma. Balance. Life is all about balance. It's not about right and wrong. The right and wrongs come from the physical world. So if you're always trying to follow somebody, this is the right way to do it and that's the wrong way to do it. Okay. Next person, hey, that's not how you do it. This is the right way to do it. This is the wrong. Okay. All of a sudden, Matt, where you're going. Everybody's rights are not all the same. Guan Simgon. And then what you feel strongly about, that's what you're going to teach your kids. Then you're going to teach your kids to fight. You're going to teach your kids how to get life that's comfortable for them in any way they can. So these three concepts, isuinum pamatsuin, ka kiome begonis gnobm gusia. When we come into this world, we have to grow out of water. We're in here 9 months. We start to have that relationship. That mother, whatever she does here, the child feels it. That's where she starts learning. Whether that person, whatever that person's doing, that child is feeling it. If that person is loving every day, shows love to everybody, oh, Hawasis, and that's what she's feeding on. But if you're engaging in trauma, going around the community, ay muhtun, may witsitun, koahkuihtamun, haspehituin. That's what that child, those are the seeds that's going into that child. So it's very it's up to you. You're the first ceremony. If it's your ceremony, and the only thing that I need to know, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to live their life, but the only thing I worry about is I came here alone from the Creator, and I'm going to go home alone, back to the Creator. We're all alone. So we have to learn to get along. And we have to work on this water, because it's the balancer of life. Yesterday is yesterday, and we learn from our lessons. But today is what matters. Today, what's growing, this time and space you're in, it's not 50 years ago. And where you're trying to go, well, if you have lots of money and you dream about a big house, it's over there. Today is what matters. And if you do something that matters today, you'll build a good space, communities, no? Nihiyo no ma, and stohtama on gituag. Stuki gatutaman. Work with the spirit, work with the body, and work with the mind. If you put those three things together, you make strong medicine. And I'll end off with this. There's a word that people need to understand if they're going to understand things. Chipagop. Kachipagop batsuin. To cover yourself with 7 principles, 7 laws, and you will have a good life. The first principle is learn the sound you were born to make. If you were born to make the sound of Nihiyoiwin, then understand how to do that ceremony. The second principle, you were born. You were born to come and do your ceremony here. Learn how to do your ceremony. You were also born to work with the land, because that's where you will, all this living, the things we eat, the things we take from the land. Our mother's blood, which is the water, and the spirit of the people of the land that have been here before us. That's the things, the resources you use to do your ceremony. So that's the third principle. Know how to use the land. Know how to work with your people. And then the fourth one is always the ceremony. That's always the medicine making. I go to a lot of ceremonies and I watch Manokihtig, how they lay out things. Number 4 is always the ceremony to it, but isihtigiun, muiksiskitsikaatam, maskihkiwin, to make something strong so it lives in a healthy way. That's why he says medicine. If you do these 4 steps right, if you do your ceremony right, then the 5th thing you'll get is Sawim Gusun. What is Sawim Gusun? His blessings. All these things you worked for, and you see your child growing up in a healthy way. Oh, give me a matsihun. And that's the 5th thing. You feel good because you have these blessings. Now you've covered yourself with one more thing. When you have blessings in your life, you try to share them. And that's what I'm doing today. It has been blessed to me with these things I'm talking about by elders, by my friends, by you guys being here. I would tell you my story of how I came here, but maybe we don't have time today. But I was told at the Garapino Makia, where you sit as a principal, you are leading our kids in the wrong way. That's what I was told. So I quit that principalship in the Western education, not understanding really why. It just hit me here, and I just stepped away. Never been back into that principal position because I was told I was leading our kids in the wrong way. But Yakuma, when you have blessings, automatically you're happy. I was in Big River yesterday doing the same thing, talking about traditional parenting, my own reserve, and inside. And there was a lot of elders. I didn't want to speak in front of them. But a lot of them came up as, the and that made me feel good because my home community, and so I shared my blessing, and I was happy to share it. And when you're happy, you don't have to try. You naturally love. We're all like that. When you're happy, you naturally love. You don't have to try. And so that is the 7th blanket. Now, there are 3, and I always listen to the and I have visited Kanda potato kisigasu. Michit man mams komio gotoska big squeezig. And I visited him, and he talks about all the rest now, because you don't know nothing about them. But if you do these things right, so soon. So it's the first 3 steps. Know your sound, know energy. And the 2nd step, know lots of water, how this water works. It's all your feelings and your trauma. and know this land, because that's where you come from. You are the land. And if you do your ceremony right the fourth step, then everything will work. These things that worry about us in our community, in our spaces, in our time, those will all be blessed if you do our ceremony right. And when they will get blessed, we're all happy. And I'll end off with this. Somebody to come into your community and just throw a whole pile of money, that much here. That's not a blessing. It is only a blessing if it's used for the ones that need it. But if it's gobbled up by the 10% in your community, then it's not a blessing because there are still some poor people. So this is what I told my community, Nia. If we want a good future for our children, that's over there. I don't know how we're going to make that good future. What matters is today. Tansis pamintuig. Tansumis pamihituya. And if the children see that we love each other and we work together, then they'll just follow us. They'll do the same thing. But if the children see that you're not working with people and we separate, just because we have a big degree, we look down at people. Just because we don't have no degree, we look at people. So do we teach them? We can't. A degree is only a library. Intelligence requires balance. That's what our people left us, is intelligence. Nahaki suwin. Wichihit win. Machi win. These things that matter to keep a community strong. So don't let intellect kawanotay kuya. Let's have some intelligence go, and it's in the language. Nstuhtamawin is the base of that. Then we have all these stories. You know, yesterday I had 3 groups in the community. There was some environmental elders, the ones that work off the land. There was some community elders, the ones that live on the community. And then there were some Christian elders. And I told them, don't let your beliefs ruin the unity of people. Because at the very base of life is not beliefs and what you know, it's what you don't know. And you don't know nothing about the Creator. Nobody does. But we do know, say, the very foundation of life is unity wa kutun. And if you balance that and it's that's what the Creator wants. And so I'll leave you with that. I don't have soon. I can break that down. I've got lots of stuff in my computer there that I can share with you. And I will share it with anybody that wants it. But muigi ko'y ipiawih tamagyan, nistumik tamagsyan, maging skitin. Everything that I talked about, I do not know nothing. Because I looked at myself. Kahkiom kiyapiat hipi meets go kihtig. Hipiasuts na magawian. Higwaki spinigoton tuts mi gusin. And to look at me, I'm just magikoy. Kahkyo in tahtamo yan, kahkyo gikoy. Even this life, in tahtamo yan. And if you understand what I understand in terms of magigumigskihtaman, then you will find humility and you'll find respect and you'll find love. So I'll leave you with that. And I also nanas kumun itaw na magusiyan takapigyo katako. I'm very grateful to be here. This is my home for 5 years, and I've got to know a lot of people. And I'm always grateful to be here. And so I leave you with that. Tatamskat now, I'm so grateful. Kautapigyo katako. I love you all, my relatives. Aguse.
Thank you, Ralph. Ralph probably maybe will be back. Dwayne might be back later, but right now he's going to talk. But you know, Ralph, when you were talking about our relationship, our language with the Japanese, same language, whatever. In 2019, when COVID started, tissue ran out in Lloyd. We were in a panic, you know that? So I phoned the chief and I said, we're in trouble. And he said, well, here's a number. We'll order from Japan, he said. Who do I ask for? He said, I'll just ask for Kim Sa-Hu. So we were good. We had an order. Pratt's brought in turkeys and tissue that year. So you just reminded me about that relationship. So, okay, we'll have Dwayne back here for a few minutes. Lunch is going to be late. 12:30 they're saying, so.
Okay, well, I want to talk about one thing that I did. If you want to write 5 lines, 5 lines like that, and 4 spaces. When we talk about simplifying how to learn the Cree language, here's one word that means dawning of a new day. Because when we see a new sunrise, we get excited because we get to see a new day. It's a blessing. It's kind of like learning the Cree language. It's a dawning of a new day. So if you see this E with a hyphen on there, you bring out your best Canadian, eh? That's how it's pronounced. So the reason why it's on 3513 is because we are excited that it's a new day. So everybody say this one. A B wa bak. So let's try that. A B wa bak. See, you got to breathe life into it. A B wa bak. See, that's now I'm going to erase something here. Just wait. Yeah, it's not a very it's a very simple process of how I teach. If you notice, it's in within 432, just like your music connection. That's where we speak in. So it's 4 3 4 2 3. Astam uta. Everybody try that. Astam uta. That is just a simple way of learning Cree. Sorry, but I think I'm losing my voice. I was singing last night, and I think I threw my voice a little more. So I was going to sing a song to you, but I don't think I can hit those notes. I was really rocking a note last night. So that is a very simple way of learning Cree. So that's all I wanted to talk about too. So there'll be more. I'll talk a little more, maybe this afternoon. But thank you for listening to me this morning. Hey.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. I missed that last part. But thank you. Lunch is going to be a little late, so we're looking at maybe 12:30 before it gets here. We are going to have some entertainment. Hazel, are you in the building right now? All right. Maybe we can get started with you. I don't know what she's going to do, dance or you're going to jig and sing and everything. Okay. So in between time, we'll have some entertainment going here, and if you guys want to stick around for this, too cold to go outside anyway, so stay inside. You want a cordless?
Huh?
That cordless? You want it or?
No, I'm just gonna.
This one? Okay.
Give me a minute. Oh. I'm real shy. Just kidding. Okay. Hey, oh, hey, oh, yeah. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, yeah. Hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh. Beautiful girl, one of a kind. She is so special, she is all mine. Ay, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, yo. Ay, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh. Ay, oh, hey, oh, yo. Ay, oh, hey, oh, hey. Ay, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, yo. Ay, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Beautiful girl, one of a kind. She is so special, she is all mine. Ay, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, yo. Beautiful girl, one of a kind. Ay, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Okay. Just give me a minute. I'm kind of nervous. I haven't performed in a little over, well, since COVID started anyway. Just give me a minute. Okay. So I was just asked to, talk a little bit about how I, came as far as where I am right now with singing. I think I was like 17 years old when I seen this poster when I was going to Eagle View, and it said they're looking for kids to, make music videos or, giving that opportunity to, people to, to really, how would you say it? To let your voice be heard, and, what it's like living in a reserve, with addictions, with a bunch of like things like struggles, stuff like that. So I signed up and we did a music video. It's called Young and Happy. It's by Nui Jinan. And then from there, I got a record deal. I signed a contract and I came out with my first album. It's called All Good Things. The name Hazley. Okay, so me and my manager were actually, he was dropping me off at the airport in Montreal, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what I want to go with. He was thinking Chansley because my mom was going to name me that when I was young, well, when I was born, because I was born premature. I was 2 months early, and she said she wanted to name me Chansley because, I was given a chance to live, and I could have died. I don't want to say that, but I could have when I was a baby. Anyway, we're gonna go with that, and yeah, he just said Hazley, and I was like, okay, so we agreed on that. And I've been, even before finding that piece of paper on the wall at the school, I've been performing at karaoke contests and other places. Yeah, I guess that's one thing I accomplished is performing for people and, just being able to entertain all of you guys. And it's one thing that makes me happy because my sisters, my older sisters, my dad, my mom, my late grandma, and my grandparents on my mom's side, they all sing too. So I just want to carry it on. And hopefully my daughter too is a performer. Just kidding. Okay. I would sing one of my originals, but I don't have them on my phone right now. So I'll just keep doing covers, and maybe I'll do one of mine at the end. Okay. Let's see. And it's on my files. It's on my files. I mean, I could, but my phone's in my diaper bag. Okay. Just give me a second. Hiya, hi, oh, hey. Hiya, hi, oh, hey. Hi, oh, hey. Hiya, hi, oh, hey, hey, oh. Tape, oh, ma. Gena, eskenawa. Gangamoyek, kakio esquawak, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, Hi-ya, 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 Tapoy oma kenais kenawa kan kamoyek kaki o eskawak hey hey oh. This other song I'm gonna sing is a thank you song in Lakota, and I like singing Sioux songs as well because I'm half Sioux and half Cree. This is one song me and my nephew. His name's Aaron Latender. I'm not too sure if you guys know who that is. I think back in 2009, he was the one that sang that 9-year-old rocks your world or something like that with the hand drum. Yeah, that's him. Anyway, we used to sing this song together all the time. Okay. Tonka shila pela maya yaloy pela maya yaloy pela maya yaloy hey Tonka shila pela maya yaloy Pela maya yellow hey oi Chanu pakile my uncle hello Pela maya yellow Pela maya yellow hey oi Thank you. Okay, this song I'm gonna sing. My friend Bernard composed it this past summer. The song means, Father, look at me. I am having many hardships. Please help me. I am, many hardships again, having many hardships. Yeah. Okay. Heto ayo aniwachie ate ota te kikelo heya heya washang maya yo ayo haya ho Hi-yo, 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 hey-yo, hey-yo. Ahetowayo, waniwachie. Ate ota ote hikelo, hey-ya, hey-ya. Washag maya yo ayo haya ho hayo hayo haya hey 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 oh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Very good singing. Very good singing. You want to come back after in a bit? All right. Okay. Right now we're going to do some door. Give it up one more time for Hazel there. Beautiful singing. We'll give her a little break there. She's going to look for some more songs. So what we're going to do is give out some door prizes. And for you people out there watching, you should have been here. You could win that TV. Okay, first door prize is a roll of tissue from Kim Sahu, donated it. What is this, Nelly? That is a roll of tissue. Put it back. Okay, we have a movie basket here. It's got Christmas movies in it, lots of goodies. So get your ticket out, and you should only have one ticket. Well, I'll get somebody else to pick, because if I pick my number, they'll say it's rigged. Brett, that's them. If you win, they'll say you rigged it. All right. Okay, this one goes to ticket. Last three numbers, 684. 684. You're the winner. Hey, here you go. Like we did yesterday, we'll get you to keep your ticket. So let me see. Yeah, right on. There's your prize there. Yeah, right on. Well, Brett, that's not much. Pick your number. Who cares? You're not from this organization. All right. Okay, what are we giving out next? Tommy Gunn's haircut. Ticket number 694. 694. Who's got that number? Got a bingo? Oh, yeah. I don't need a haircut. Yes, you do. You need a haircut. Yeah, I got there. Now you'll look nice. That's them, Brett. You're the most honest looking guy in this building, so we trust you. Okay. All right. What do we got there? A Ninja Foodie. Those are blenders, food blenders. All right. That one goes to 732. 732. Do we have a winner? All righty. I guess his name is Tristan. Let's see if it is. It is what it is. Yeah, we got a winner. Welcome to Tiamak. Keep her ticket. Keep her ticket. Okay, how many are we giving away here? 7? Gift bag 1. We got 1, 2, 3 more to go here. So, okay, surprise bag. Okay, Brett. Where's my ticket? Okay, surprise gift bag 725. 725. Are you here? 725? Oh, what? Okay. Welcome to Tiamak. Hey. Keep it, keep it, keep it. You'll get a chance to win the TV later on. All right, Brad. All right, bid in the bag, bid in the bag. Okay. 6, 9, 8. 6, 9, 8. We have a winner? Anybody? Going once. Going twice. All right, we got a winner. 698. 698. Yeah, we got a winner. There you go, ma'am. Bid in the bag. Pressure cooker. Is this the last one, or I got one more after that? 3 more after this? All right. Okay, Brett. my Vanna, my beautiful Vanna. All right. Pressure cooker. It's electric pressure cooker. 717. 717. That's a good one. Ini Timothy. Yeah, that's the one. Hey, congratulations. Never won anything in her life, this woman. So happy. I'm happy for you. A massage at my house again. Who's going to be the lucky girl or guy? 6 o'clock, I do the massages at my house. So 738. Who's going to come visit me? 738. No. 738. Oh. You lucky girl. You kind of trade. I'll take it easy on you. Yep. 738. All right. Okay. What do you got? That's the last one? Okay, we got 2 more left here. Board game basket. Board game basket. That goes to 681. 681. $681. You won yourself a basket full of games here. Going once, twice. Sold. Okay, let's do another one. 727. 727. Got a winner? I think, maybe. All right. Yep, we got a winner, 727. Yeah, that one. Don't cry. Mamato. Okay, we got one more here. Another bed in a bag. Okay, the last one for this round, first go around here. We got lots more to give away during the day. But like I said, all you people coming on live here, come to the hall and you'll get a chance to win. You can't win at home, so. Bed in the bag goes to 736. 736. Oh, another one. Well, actually, it's a massage bed. Yeah, so bring that when you bring Barb. Okay, congratulations to all of you. So the meal isn't here yet. Not yet? Okay, meal will be here yet. So, we'll take a break now and we'll wait for, it'll be here in about 10 minutes. So if you guys want to take a health break, go ahead. Yeah. So all you winners, just to, your ticket will go back into the draw, so you guys have a chance to win the TV. So, alrighty, I hear music. Take it away there, Dwayne. What are you going to do? You're going to play Hawaiian music, but you're an Indian. Okay, Indian Hawaiian music, he said. Okay, good music. Can you play one from AC/DC, buddy? Hey, Thunderstruck AC/DC. No? Well, who are you? I thought you said you know everything. Play another one. Play another one. That was good. Play a love song. Yay, nice. Good job. Good job.
I would actually sing a song, but I lost my voice.
Sure you did. Yeah. Where are you from again, Dwight?
Waterhead.
Water.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dwayne. I'm sure we'll see Dwayne and Ralph later on.
All right. He's gonna play the flute here. I was gonna interview Curtis Cameron, but we're gonna listen to the flute here. righty. We'll see what Eugene has for us to do next year, but if not, we'll get Curtis on here. I think Curtis, I think Eugene wants to bring out Elvis.
The meal is here right now. It's just that we're waiting for the bread. So if they want to get going, somebody give me the high five.
We'll come back to Eugene here in a bit. Taking a picture here with the one and only Curtis Cameron. I'm going to see what color he's wearing here. Go ahead, Curtis, talk.
Hello.
All right. Okay.
Hello.
I guess Willard.
Can you hear?
Yeah, but they're gonna start praying here. Okay.
Okay, we'll do our prayer now. Hey, Wilder.
All right. We're going to be starting to eat here.
Go ahead.
How's that? How's everything sound?
Bread is coming, so
Everything sound? I can hear you.
you want to go ahead without bread? Why not?
Trying to drown out the background music. China. Can you talk? Can you talk? Just go. How's that?
It's good. I can
I
hear
think
you.
it's just me, man. I'm deaf. I gotta
Huh?
crank these things.
Oh, they got this thing they made. They're called Q-tips.
I stick too many Q-tips in my ear. I probably got about 10 pounds of wax.
There's long ones too. At,
You ever watch those videos?
Princess Audio? They're about this thick.
I don't know
They're
her
long.
name.
Anyway, you guys, welcome to day number 2 here at Onion Lake Cree Nation in Treaty 6. We have the Onion Lake Family Services doing a parenting conference, and my name is Nathan Arias from IOPS from Red Pheasant First Nation, and I'm bringing this live to you because that's what we do. That's what we do at IOPS. Also, don't forget to check out iopps.ca as we're striving to become the #1 Indigenous job board within Turtle Island. And we're slowly making it way. Anyway, I want to introduce, I guess he doesn't even need introduction. Everyone kind of knows who he is. Curtis Cameron here. Welcome, Curtis.
Thank you. Hi.
So obviously you're going to come here. He's going to be doing a speech, as they say. Not a speech,
Yeah,
you're
I'm gonna talk.
talk. Go like put that in closer. That's fine.
Closer.
There we
go. I'm gonna talk.
So we can hear you breathe.
Yeah, I'm a heavy breather too.
So anyway, how you doing?
I'm well. A little tired. I had a art show last night up until about midnight
I
in
seen that.
Edmonton. So I went home, tried to sleep, jump on the road first thing in the
Yeah.
morning. You know the life. I'm all over the place. That's what everybody says. I put a lot of miles on.
So that art show, you're going to be doing your own gallery soon? I remember you were posting something about that.
Yeah, it's
Or that
kinda
was
where
somebody's gallery.
I did some stuff in galleries before, and
Yeah.
yesterday was just a show. It was one off with about 40 other artists, so it was like
Yeah.
almost like a farmer's market.
Oh,
kind
really?
of like for art, right? They had performances there, makeup artists, a whole bunch of other stuff, and a lot of people were selling their stuff. But I chose not to sell. I didn't.
Oh, you
I
just
didn't-
wanted to view?
Yeah, I just wanted to show my stuff, and I took that opportunity to see what people's reactions were
Yeah.
to my photos, and I just basically just sat there and watched people look at my artwork. It was really cool. It
Yeah.
was really cool. Like you see people walk by, then all of a sudden they kind of glance and they stop and they look. I'm like, and they go in. Oh, man.
Did you ever hear that?
Oh,
Yeah. Babe, come
Yeah.
here, look at this.
Yeah. So I had some offers. I turned them down. I said, no,
Really?
I'm not selling artwork here today.
Yeah.
You know, but
Oh, that's
you can
good,
like
man.
and subscribe and follow me, and maybe down the road I'll have a store and you can order the piece you want.
Yeah. So are you thinking about down or like which how far is down the road?
Retirement for me.
That's retirement?
Yeah, retirement for me would be just having a gallery
Yeah.
and selling artwork.
So not going. If you guys don't know, Curtis is a well-known photographer. You see his stuff everywhere, pals and weddings and
Weddings,
whatever,
people.
man. Yeah, just
Beautiful
people. Yeah,
people,
very
beautiful-
well known.
Beautiful brown people all over.
I want to play this in the background. She's
Okay.
such a nice. She's
Yeah,
got
I
such a beautiful voice.
Yeah.
Hazel
Yeah,
Waskowicz.
Yes.
And
Hold on.
but yeah, you guys. No, just excited to see him. We actually met last year in the Dene community, Buffalo Dene River. The Buffalo Dene River First Nation. How's it work?
Buffalo River, Dene
First Nation.
Dene Nation.
Anyway, up north somewhere. Anyway, but yeah, and you introduced me to more of the stuff, and I was talking about it. I remember you took over the camera for about 20 minutes when we were up there, and just watching you at work because you used to work with APTN, right?
Yeah, CBC.
Yeah, and I was just like, holy
Cameraman.
I was, and just whatever thing you're into, it's always good to get people that have been there, done that,
Mhm.
and to see just watching Curtis on the camera when I was watching on the scene there, and just how it looked really cool, and it transitioned to other things, and you're like, okay, go into the other camera.
Yeah.
So how many years did you work at APTN as
As
a cameraman?
Cameraman. Not very long. Not very long. It's like a relationship with a girl.
Yeah,
With a woman.
on and off.
Yeah, on and off.
But you learned so much,
Sometimes
man.
she-
Is that where you
sometimes-
learned all your skills?
Sometimes they're mad at me, and next year they love me.
Yeah. I'm blocking
was-
her.
I was
Unblock.
I was kind of a partier back then.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to be talking about. I was pretty heavy into the alcohol, even the crack cocaine.
Yeah,
So,
he's going to be talking here. It's going to be live here, so we're not going to
Yeah.
get too much into it because
Yeah,
he's
but,
obviously going to be talking about it.
Shooting, like that was my thing. I was
Yeah.
a cameraman for about 15 years there, and then I finally kind of had enough.
Yeah,
I never thought I would have enough because I thought that was my job. That was me. That's going to be me forever. Becomes a point where it's like, actually, I had a choice. I got offered a job at a treatment center. As a recovering addict and alcoholic, I took that job to go help people. And that's kind of what brought me on the path to come here.
Yep.
Because I actually left the job that I love doing to go and help people who are struggling through addictions. And at the same time, the photography was there too, right? And that kind of took over. 18 months later, photography or outreach work? Photography. And I've been doing it for, I think I left my real job 2014.
really? And you've been going full time since?
Yeah, I've done a few other things,
Yeah.
like some Chippendales, dancing, and
Oh, that's
There's
the
a
other
couple
place we
posts,
met,
couple-
man. Me and him were the
we're-
stars at Chippendale there. But well, it's the thing. You never know where your life's gonna take you. You think you're just set on that, and that's that.
yeah,
And something comes, and boom, you're just doing something else.
you have goals where you want to go, but you never know how you're gonna get there, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
gotta
yeah.
be open your heart, open your mind, and follow those signs. Because when you have a passion and a goal to try and set, somebody up there is gonna help you along the way, if it's the right way or the wrong way.
Mhm.
I always say if it's not meant to be, there'll be roadblocks where you're trying to go. Oh shoot, flat tire or this and that.
That's
There's
so
a
true.
road-
Yep.
the things will block you from
Yeah.
where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
And if it's meant to be, it's almost like You're
clear
getting
path,
pushed, clear
yeah.
path. Everything's just laid out. You'll meet the right people, and everything will just be right there for you. But it's also recognizing to you, okay, this is what I want to do. Now I'm getting roadblocks. Is this what I'm supposed to do? What you're supposed to do and what you're meant to want to do and what you're meant to do. You're kind of trying to figure that out, right?
You know, that would be a great teaching from the elders to understand when a sign is there to take it and
This
how
is
to,
right.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, because
One of my signs, and I don't know if anyone knows, but I started like this cell phone, podcasting, and this is how I started.
hubbing
And,
and hubbing. I got a twisted sense of humor.
and then and then just starting like this. But 2 years ago, I wanted to quit my job. I'm a social worker on my reserve and at the school, and I just started turning my passion. Like since COVID, it just kind of started blowing up, and I was literally asking the universe, like, give me signs, man, of what I got to do. And I was driving back from Thunder Bay, and I was bringing my daughter back from Thunder Bay, and I started seeing these little, honestly, no word of a lie, like little tiny signs. And then throughout the whole 6 months, I started seeing signs. So I finally decided, and it was kind of pushing me towards this. So yeah,
It's a tough thing to leave your job and follow your heart, man.
it's scary
It is scary
because you're
It is
guaranteed a
scary.
check every 2 weeks, and then you're doing this or doing whatever you want to do, and then it's
But if it's the right thing to do, man, it's like no way I'll ever go back to being a
Right?
full-time employee.
right.
Like,
Yeah.
I just love doing what I do, and I get to meet and travel, and a
Mhm.
lot of it is staying home with my daughter, right?
Yeah.
You know,
It's a lot of
it's,
freedom with your life, right?
yeah, and there's a balance, right? I got a balance because I can work every day if I want.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm closed for the rest of the year. I'm only doing the jobs that I have booked already.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hopefully take January to spend a lot of family time. I have a lot of work to do yet.
Mhm.
Hopefully January I'll clear myself up and go and spend some quality time with my family and with my camera, because you know what, I haven't done any this year at all. I haven't done any Curtis Cameron photography for me. It's just been, when COVID opened up, it's just been real busy. Like, whoa, everybody got married, and then it's just been so busy. I'm like literally swamped, and I have a hard time saying no. I want to take pictures of everybody, right? So, what my goal is to take for the new year is to take January off, maybe go to the mountains and start taking some of those personal photos that I like to do. The things that I fell in love doing.
Let's right there what he just said, that he said he's not taking any more bookings in December, and he's going to take January off to do mountain stuff. That's exactly where you take that jump in life of something you want to try. There's going to be trials and tribulations, as they say at the beginning, but if you're consistent with whatever you want to do, you're going to get to that point where you can start saying that. You're not going to say, oh, I have to go back to work after all. It's just like literally what he just said. I want to take holidays. Sounds like it's
I've been
going to be a
taking
month.
holidays forever, man. It's like,
Being on your own though is hard work, but sometimes it's true when they say, if you find what you love, you're not working.
no, you're not working.
It's
doing what
you
do.
work more. Trust me, you work more, but at the same time, you're not working because you're enjoying everything. You're just loving what you're doing, and it's awesome. And this is what I want to do, and also my website.
It's very. Be careful what you wish for, because you might just get it.
Yeah, true.
I tell people that they're starting out and they're like, oh, I'm just getting real busy, real busy, and it's like awesome. And like, right on, man.
Yeah.
Right on. I'll send you some work, but give me your handles, and I'll whenever I'm not available, I can send some work your way and stuff. And then all of a sudden, like a month later, like, I'm so damn busy, I can't keep up. Like, be careful what you wish for, because loving your work, it can really turn on you.
Yeah.
Like when you can love something with all your heart. If you have too much of what you love, it might not be a good thing.
Yeah, but that's where we start talking about quality over quantity. See, at the beginning, you got to do sacrifices.
Yeah,
You got to take those jobs, whatever you're doing, and get your name out there, practice, and then you start knowing what is what, how things work. And then later on, kind of like you said, he's not taking any more bookings because he doesn't have to, and he's taking quality over quantity. right?
Yeah.
So-
There's a me time that I have to.
Yeah,
That I realized
yeah.
that 5-6 years ago, it was all just work. I was like doing 10 bookings a day,
Yeah.
and just going from Saskatoon to Prince Albert or something. I'm like, oh, I got another job in an hour in Prince Albert
Mhm.
from Saskatoon, and that's like an hour and a half drive. So it's like, trying to
Yeah.
get there. And then I realized, like, boom, then all of a sudden it just shut down.
Yeah.
When you're an artist, you can call it an artist block, but some people just quit.
Yeah.
They'll quit doing what they love doing because it's just too much, right? So you got to realize and you got to take it in moderation and balance yourself on what you love doing. Because, like I said, I've done it. I've shut down. I've quit being a photographer 3 times
Really?
in my life. Yeah,
Wow.
I sold my gear. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
Just like videography. When I left APTN, I'm like,
Yeah.
I was so done with shooting videos. Didn't touch it. I think I shot 1 video in 10 years. COVID hit. Next thing you know, I got a bunch of video cameras. I got edit suites at home. And I'm shooting video again, right? But I still prefer photography. Photography's
That's
much
the
more,
thing. Yeah.
much more of a challenge to
Yeah.
try to tell a story in a single moment in time than compared to a video where you got a narrator and somebody speaking and moving pictures. But if you can capture a story in one tiny sliver of time,
Yeah.
that's
That's
the challenge, right?
Yeah.
And yesterday at the art show I was with, I just sat there and watched people. I just looked at them and watched them how they reacted to the artwork that my photography. And it wasn't no client work. It was just photos that I really liked and
Mhm.
a lot of powwow stuff. And
Were you doing
Culture.
that to see what works and what doesn't?
trying
Or
to see
is
what, yeah.
that what you were kind of doing?
Kind of looking like what resonates with people
Yeah.
when they walk by and look at my artwork.
Yeah.
And I watch them. I watch them wearing, and they're talking. I couldn't hear what they're saying, but I could see the facial expression.
Yeah.
So that's why I chose not to sell. I was just there to delight myself by watching people
Yeah.
get delighted by my work, right?
We were talking about he's already teaching me some lighting stuff, and I was telling him about a gig there a couple days ago, and the lighting. But man, what you do, man, it's awesome. Like
You got these lights that you put right on your forehead.
so I used to be an electrician. I already know, I know what you're talking about.
And they got headlights like this.
This is a PG show, bro.
I didn't take off my shirt. So it's all about having fun too.
Yeah.
That's the thing about my photography. I like to believe people like I like to make it an experience for people.
Yeah.
And it's all about reactions, right? As a photographer, you can go out there, take people's pictures, and nothing.
Can
right?
you explain a typical day? So when someone hires Curtis Cameron
For a wedding?
what's happening? Okay, let's do wedding. Then.
Okay, some groom inquires to Curtis Cameron Photography about their wedding. I want to hire you for your wedding. My reaction is, don't do it. Don't do
You
it.
tell people that?
Yeah, don't do it. It's a scam. Don't do it. It's a scam.
You're telling people you're a scam.
Yeah, no, don't get married. It's a scam.
Oh,
Don't do it, man.
I concur.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm trying to get married next year. Don't do it, man. Just don't get married.
No
They're like,
comment, but
really?
I agree.
And they're
I've
like-
never
and they're
been
like,
married.
they're like, what? I said, yeah, it's a scam. And then I quickly LOL them, right? Just
Mhm.
kidding.
Yeah, yeah.
JKS.
But no, it's
But yeah,
Indian humor right
congratulations.
there.
Yeah,
Getting
then
it
all of
out.
a sudden it's like, boom, you're hired. We
Yeah,
like you.
yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
And then when I'm on a photo shoot, I try to make a connection with my clients, right? And this is a little secret. There's a little professional secret I'm going to tell if there's any photographers watching. When they're smiling and looking at you, I usually start out like, give me a nice pose, nice lighting, nice background. Take a nice portrait.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden we get deeper into taking the photos and then start getting more into it. And then we got a couple there, like say we were a couple. We're smiling for the camera, right? And all of a sudden I tell them, hey, how about you guys look at each other? And all of a sudden they look at each other.
He just gave me the look, this guy.
Then I tell them, don't look at me. You're not in love with me. Look at what you love. Look at your child, right? And all of a sudden it's like,
No, I get
then they
it.
get something more.
Yeah.
And they get a feeling of passion that people can resonate with, and it sticks with them. And when the clients love to get their pictures, a month or 2 months later, because I'm pretty far back behind. They look at their photos and go, "Oh man, you know what I like to do? I like to shoot a wedding
Mhm.
and not deliver that wedding for 5 years. The
And
wedding
now
pictures,
what?
not deliver those wedding pictures for 5
You've done
years.
that.
No, I'd like to. Just imagine 5 years waiting for your photos, and then you get them, and and I go spend my time with them and show them and go through my book and imagine the feelings and the memories that are brought in after such a
Yeah.
long time.
That actually,
Like when you put your photos away.
you'd probably be dead though with all the brides coming after you. By that.
No, I wouldn't do it all the time, but I'm just thinking, just imagine what it's like when they close their book for 5 years.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then they go back. And it takes them right back to those moments, right? When they're looking at each other, when they say "I do" and all that kind of stuff.
You know
Kind
what?
of-
I just came up with an idea. Maybe you should include that into your pricing. Like you'll get this set of photos, but in I'm gonna do a 5 years later photos. That would be honestly.
Oh, I don't know. I don't
Right?
think that would work. I don't think I would work much.
Well, you'd only have to do 50% of them because
Charge you half, right?
50%. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you make it 5 years, we're gonna give you these others.
Wedding photography challenge is tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. You want to be like a photographer and shoot weddings.
Yeah.
I think that's the hardest job as a photographer. You got to do everything. You got to be an event photography. You got to capture the moments. You got to do portrait photography. You got to go low light photography. Sometimes it's sports action, like really fast action, like with a bride throwing. You got to have
Oh, yeah.
all the skills and all the lighting and everything into one day. You have to apply all your skills as a photographer, and you're on your feet for 10 hours a day. Usually you get a break during the reception. Everybody gets in line, goes and eats, then the photographer goes after that. Then everybody's done eating, and then the speeches start. So you're like, oh my God. I'm like literally sitting there, stuff in my mouth,
Looking around for a
and
picture to
then
take.
all of a sudden, best man gets up to tell
Yeah.
a story. Got a quick bite for rubber camera.
So that's
you
why
come
you're
back-
always carrying the cameras away, ready to rock.
Yeah, I carry two because you always have to have a backup if something goes wrong.
That's why you guys carry two of that, eh?
Well, I got two different lenses, right?
Oh,
But
okay.
that's actually I got five.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's something that's it's it's a little electronic device. It gets wet or you drop it or something, it breaks. Then what? At least you have your backup.
Mm.
So I always get two cameras, and I always carry two. Carry more if you want.
Interesting.
I carry two. I've always carried two. So
I'm gonna stop us here. I'm gonna go back. They have Ralph is back talking. So Cameron's after this. And
Yeah.
We're gonna eat really quick here.
yeah, check out my story here too.
Yeah, Cameron will be Cameron. Curtis will be
telling some good shit there. Oh,
Curtis will be on at 2:00. We'll come back.
Awareness. Kanahakisin is awareness. It's got two principles. Meaning, the identity kag scheme suin. It's got two principles. So I'll talk about that this afternoon. You can't help anybody if they're suffering with these three things. It's if you want to help somebody, you got to get them to the heart. But if people are struggling every day for safety, for a living, you'll never get to their heart. So I'll talk about that this afternoon. So one more song I'll try to maybe okay. One of the songs that I get requested to sing is this song I got a few years back, and our drum group sings it. My boys with me, I don't sing no more, because I want to spend my time with the people and the elders and the ceremonies, and with my grandchildren. That's who I want to spend time with now. I spent 30 years in a circle with people traveling all over the country. That's not what I want to do now. I'm in the next stage of life, which is I'm not a gifted by any chance, but I'm entering that stage, and I want to know how to be, like that. So this last one, Wase kase moak, danse magoma, ekisawita mako, yo, 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 Wase kase moak, ikuti, danse mag, Wase kase moak, ikuti, geez, my one Gibson is an old song. Wase kase moak, ikuti, meet the way no. It's talking about wase kase moa ke kote ni mitawe no wa kiskisik o machim na mahu kina ni mehano haweo yo anta chisti mauto pakitin kanani mehano o mama ni mitawen you. I don't know if you guys heard it. I don't know if you heard it, but I made that a few years back. But it's talking about what it's talking about. Tanso megiswit magagoya. Dimihtuinawag. Nagatuhkig. Umachim na mahowa. Ikanawap mungkuig. Just di mao pagitni. Mr. Kwaskiko. Ikwa tansigis nimih tatsiko yawaw. Show them. That's what I'm talking about in that song. They're always watching the children. They feel the pulse of us. So we need to teach them in the right way of how we're dancing. That's what that song's talking about. And there's many other songs talk about the land, the mother. You know, I try to not talk about the creator in my songs. I try to not talk about things sacred in the songs. Just general words. That's what I do with my song making. And definitely I enjoy the music of Western music, but I'm hoping someday kusita and songs in our language, but I'm not ready. I'm not a good musician yet. So thank you. Hi.
Thank you, Ralph. We do have a guitar if you want to later on. Yep, seriously, we have a guitar in the house. So thank you, Ralph. So we'll give you a few minutes here, finish digesting and taking a break here. We'll be continuing our program here with Jeff Wistekut. Okay. I'm sure he'll correct me in his last name there, but he'll be coming up here shortly. Are you in the building, by the way? Jeff. If you're not here, wave. Oh, yeah. Are you Jeff? Are you Jeff? You're in, come in. All right. Okay, Willard, let's stop. Namutan. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, Jeff will be here shortly, so I don't know what Willard's going to do here. Tell us a lie. It's the biggest liar in Onion Lake, this guy. You going to sing? 70-year-old song. 70 years ago, I was 14 years old. No, 10-year-old song. I was 10 years old when I heard it. Sung by Big Dupree, Ron Keith, and for some Chuck Taylor's house. All right. Willard is going to sing a song here. That song is over 70 years old. I don't know who, do you guys remember Joe Taylor, you old fellas? But anyway, he was one of our, was he a chief? He was, right? That's why they call him Chief Joe Taylor. Okay. Okay, Willard is going to sing a song. It's over 70 years old. And you still remember the words. Holy smokes. How old are you? 100? 105. Okay. All righty. Take it away there, Willard. I'm not a good singer, but is this thing on? Yep. But this song I heard 74 years ago. I was 10 years old. I'm 84 years old now.
me and my dad, we went to Joe Taylor's to trade some ducks for milk and some cream, I think. Then when we got there were some horses, wagons outside, lots of noise. Then my dad said, "Oh, most milk party going on." So we went in. And my chapan, Mrs. Joe Taylor, she used to like the round dance. She used to drink quite a bit of moose milk. And I used to hate her when I go there. When she's drinking, you'd come dancing like this. Chapan. I used to, go and hide. But anyway, the party was going on, and they were not singing then, but my chapan, he wanted them to sing. "Come on," he said, "sing for us. We want to dance." So they pulled out a wash tub, got some few sticks, and they started singing old Joe Cooney, old Antoine Chief, and I forgot the other ones there. But anyway, this, and I was sitting in a corner there, and as they were singing, I was singing along with them. The next day, I went looking for horses. All day I sang that song. Ever since that time, I sang it, and I sang it, and I sing it. But I'm not a good singer, but I'm just take you back 74 years ago. So. Hey, oh, hey, oh, my, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, yo, hey, oh, yeah, hey, oh, hey, oh. Que yo me guanese anoma. Ne ka ho pa ho hao wa yo ne ka he to ta ha ma ke kwa kanta o ma to. That's the one my chapan used to like the last part. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Willard. You are a good singer. Hi, tataminan. All right, so I guess if you guys are ready, everybody's had their meal. I think everybody's back from the outside from the cold. Wow. I think Jeff was in the building here. Now I lost him. Was he? I thought he was there, eh? Okay. But Jeff will be our next speaker. And what I'll do is I'll get him to introduce himself there. He's well known to be late, but he's here. He's got to make an entrance, I guess. Are you Jeff? Yeah, you. Yeah, you're late. Okay. No, you're not late. We're on time. We just had all the singers entertain us here. How long do you need there, buddy? 5 minutes? You want to sing first? Yeah, we got him going. Can I sing first, he said. All right. Do you guys want to do a couple more door prizes, or Jeff needs a few minutes to get set up here? Yeah, okay, we'll do a couple more door prizes. Like I said, you guys have to be present this afternoon to win the TV. You cannot leave and leave your ticket with anybody else. You should only have one ticket All right. Okay. We're going to give away a Lloyd Mall gift card. I just heard you won a TV yesterday. I can't ask you. Ouch. Ernie? Custom. Yep, you can pick your own number. They said get an elder up here, so. All right. Stay here, buddy. Stay here. Okay. Lloyd Mall gift card. I do not know the value. Ticket number 734. 734. Check your ticket there, Ernie. Could be you. 691. Your ticket. Going once. Going twice. All right. Redraw. Redraw. Nope. I don't think so. No. All right. Let's redraw for that one. Lloyd Mall gift card. All right. 699. 699. Okay, looks like we got a winner here. Hey, Nabil, come back here. We got a few to give away here. Don't be shy. 699. You can keep your ticket. Yep, we got a winner. Yeah, that's the one you want. So keep your ticket. All right. Next we have movie passes, swimming passes for 5. Okay. Bud Miller. I'm so full. Aquatic Center. Okay. Okay. 680. That's 5 passes for the Bud Miller Aquatic Center. Let me see. Yep. All right. What's next? Surprise? Okay. It's a surprise gift bag. Can I smell it? Can I smell it? Can I smell it? Yeah, smells good. Okay, 692. 692. You want yourself a good smelling bag over here. 692. Going once. Going twice. Doreen, 692. Oh. 692. Wahoo, hurry up. No. What did she pull out there? Tissue, gloves, battery charger, cigarettes. You don't know. Okay, just remember, 692 was your number, maybe. Okay, let's redraw for a sweet-smelling old bag. Okay. Okay, ticket number 715. 715. Yeah? Yipper. We got a winner. Take that old bag home there, buddy. Keep your ticket. All right. We got 2 more to go. Now, Bill. Another Lloyd Mall gift card. It's worth $1 million. 707. 707. That's you? Is that you? Yep. We got a winner. Congratulations. Do a little dance. Some victory dance. Okay, one more. Movie passes for 5. Lloydminster. All right. 5 passes to the movie in Lloyd. 689. 689. Oh, okay. Looks like we got a winner here, but we have to confirm. You want to give away the Christmas tree? Yeah. All right, Ernie, come back here. Yep, we got a winner. All right, this next one will be a mini big prize, okay? It is a Christmas tree. I think it's got all the pre-lit Christmas tree. It's got presents under it already. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, that's what I see. Okay. Pre-lit Christmas tree. It is worth $129 and it is 213 centimeters tall. Holy smokes, how big is that? Taller than me. So, 720. 720. The winner? 720. I am 183 centimeters, you know. It's not sharp. Medium. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Oh, there's a kid with a ticket there. There's a kid with a ticket there, 720. Oh, it's going in the back? Oh, okay. No, we didn't get a winner. Okay. All right. Christmas tree again. Now, Bill, let's do this. All right. Thank you for coming in. So stick around, don't leave. We still got to give away a TV later on. So, all right, Christmas tree. 695. 695. Who got that? Who got that one? 695. Yes? No? Maybe so? One, twice. Gone. Okay, let's do another one. Okay, ticket number 726. 726. We have one? Okay. We know the tree's taller than you, so. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right, give it up to all the winners there. Take it. Huh? You want to donate it? Where's the love? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners. We have more to give away before the end of the day. And that's our main prize, 65-inch 4K TV. What brand is it? It is a Philips, the best kind in the world. All right. Okay, our next presenter is, I'm going to try your last name there. Jeff Waste Sakuti. Waste. Okay. Okay, you on the cordless or that? Okay, I'll get Jeff to introduce himself here. He's our last presenter of the afternoon, but we might get back Ralph and Dwayne here. So
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Oh, you must have been up here.
I'm going to cut you off there, Jeff. Sorry, I apologize. We have Curtis Cameron after also. All right. Curtis Cameron. Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Äänestame eujattamiskaattagok nuka kishgak nuagu magantik. Kas kawat nugi magap mai tigawian itagagi siga taswan chef tigawin. Ite kagini taigi anu mandigo nago si pemitsiga mag itsigateo. Magaute niwiginaga unichis kapuinik. Ina enanas kumuan ko tagisiga mi guisiak. Mawachito agota. Kinoga pentu tuottamek. Epe moche kiskosu gemu agoma. Ke kono magagisi mi guisiak kinana ne hewak. Foremost, I just want to greet everybody today. The name my grandfather had given me was Kaskawat Nuwagimao. My baptism name is Jeff. This last name has been shortened from Wasteskutaweo to Wasteshikut. You know? So that means the brightest burning fire on a peninsula. And that's where I come from. It's from Cross Lake, Manitoba. But been married into Saddle Lake for the past 19 years. And I bring greetings. It's one of the things that takes part in our presentation. As I was on my way here, I thought about this upcoming Christmas, what we have adopted into our ways. When I was a young man, still out there drinking and doing all those stupid things that I used to do in my life, I had woken up at my grandfather's place. And there I noticed the smell of sweetgrass when I woke up. And I noticed that my grandfather was smudging this tree, this Christmas tree. So I said to him, I asked him, why are you smudging this tree? He says, that we have adopted this way of life. And I said, but why smudge it? Mihaga satawa, eugo. And then he replied why he was smudging this. He said, this time of the year, many years ago, in his time, there was a lot of loneliness in his life because there was a sickness a long time ago called the Spanish flu, and he had lost all 5 of his children. And at this time, he says, the reason why I smudge this tree is that I have to draw happiness from my children, my grandchildren, he said. When I see them, when they're opening up their gifts, I could just see their smile. So that makes me smile. I draw from their energy to make me be happy once again, to see my grandchildren that are happy. So I too have learned, I seen it pa nagoge. I put ribbons on the tree for all my loved ones, that they're with us, that they're always with us, eh? And I'm reminded that I too have to draw that spiritual energy from my grandchildren and my chapans, eh? I have 27 grandchildren and 4 great-grandsons. And this work that I do is on behalf of them, eh? I do this because I want to be able to leave something to my grandchildren. One of the things this particular part of my presentation is going to have to do, Katyan escape matisya goma. Meaning, through rites of passages, we've been conditioned to think that there's only 4 stages. And this stage that we talk about, children, teenagers, adults, and elders. Who in here can tell me what a child is? Anybody? What's a child? A gift? A gift from the Creator. What do you think that is? When I say child, one of the things that I come to understand about these terms, because there's only 4 stages that the Munya have. We have 10 stages. When we say child, meaning it's a numbering system. It doesn't talk about life. They call it a chronological number, just like the chronological time, your watch, eh? It's a make-believe scheduled time of how we function. So they told me I'm up here for an hour and a half. So if you're between the ages of 0 till 12, if you fit within those numbers, that's what they refer to as a child. It doesn't talk about any gifts. It doesn't talk about prosperity or anything in that lines. It's just a number, a chronological number. So a teenager is from 13 to 19 years old. And again, those are chronological numbers. If you fit within those numbers, that's what you are at that stage of your life. Same with an adult. It doesn't come with any know-how or educational background. It's a chronological number from 20 to 64. And then again, with an elder, when you say our elders, it's a chronological number. It doesn't talk about respect. It doesn't talk about anything but a number. That's what it defines. So from 65 till you're done in this world, you're an elder. So within these rites of passages, we've lived in a chronological system, meaning that they can move these numbers anyway. And you've heard the term a chronological liar, you know. So CFS uses the system from 0 till you age out 18. They don't say a teenager in care. They say a child in care. Who remembers the time in Saskatchewan when they lowered the age rate from 21 to 18 to go inside an establishment such as a bar? They changed those numbers. And that's why we live in a chronological system. Our educational system is in a chronological system from grade 1 to 12 and so forth. Your status as a treaty is a chronological system. They cannot identify. If I went to Indian Affairs today, I said, my name is Jeff Wasteshikun, and I'm here for some educational funds. They say, wait a minute. C'est quoi? They're going to say, what's your treaty number? So I blurt out, I think it's 2760 147401. They look for that number. Oh, there you are. They won't know me by name. They will know me by a number. I kind of like the song that Johnny Cash sings. They call me by a number, not a name. Lordy Lord, I gotta do my time. So it's these things. It's everything is about a number. When you go to the casino, how many of you guys go to the casino? Be honest now. See, they give you this card. It has your name on it, but it also has a number. That's a chronological system. They're going to track you and say, okay, this is how much this one spends on this machine. So we'll make sure that they don't win. Wow. Also, your Costco card, all these things track you. They say when Dwayne has a Costco card, they can tell what he buys. We better stock up on this kind of toilet paper because Dwayne always buys this toilet paper. So they know him already, eh? They know how everything is done by numbers. So again, our ways are a lot different. As I was on my way here, I might be able to sing you guys a Cree song. It's a Christmas carol, but I'm not going to sing that right now. You're going to have to wait till the end of my presentation to hear my Cree Christmas song. I was practicing all the way from Saskatoon on the way here. You know what I said to myself when I pulled into Onion Lake? I said, damn, I sound good. That's what I'm going to sing for my grandkids. So I'm able to translate a Christmas carol. So I will do that for you once I'm done with this presentation. These are the 10 stages, and one of the things that I often observe as I travel across Canada, one of the things is that there's a Cree dictionary out there. And this Cree dictionary merely accommodates the English language. So these long terms, okay. You know what he said? He said, I'm shorter than you.
Not even.
Not even. Okay, you can shut this one down so it doesn't confuse. So it's in this time that when we talk about the translations, because right now we say awasis as a child. There's a longer version. Awasis. That's the long term to awasis. So what that literally means is we are being lent a spiritual being, and we have to treat it as such. Because within this structure, I'm just going to pull these up here. On this, every month, and you got to pay attention to AWA, A-W-A, because this follows the spiritual growth stages of our life in our pathway. So this little spirit, awaches, itawa, awaches, and this is gifted to women at every moon cycle. When a man and woman don't come together, the spirit is returned. It goes home to our Creator through the moon cycle system. So each moon cycle, which is 13 moons, each moon cycle begins every 28 days. We have a full moon. Today, we celebrate our new year in the spring. That is when our new year happens. The Munyao celebrates when everything is still frozen solid, no life, at January 31st, January 1st. So the next one here, when a man and woman they come together, they have what we call awawe, egiska awawasut, that this embryo is beginning to grow. One of the things that my kukum told me about in this chart that I bring to you today, to bring it to life, to paint pictures in the minds of others that are out there that are listening, is that there were certain ceremonies that occurred through these stages. One of the things that I want to begin to dedicate my life is bringing the children's ceremonies. They call it Utsemawas-Wigamik, Nistomawasuin, Wewepisuin. All these terms had Nistomawasuin. And also, kap mai si chigeta tanyuak, nistamga tamiska tamuitawa, hawasis askino, tapewago tage. Itega giuto tet, gisiko gotse, tapeutu temis kago menuaskio. That this spirit came from the spirit world to come and be related to this land, because we're only here and passing through when we go home. So one of the things that I come to understand is to bring to light what my grandparents talked about. One of the things is when a man and woman come together to create the physicalness of wakotuin. Now this word wakotuin comes from the term wakonak, meaning fish caviar, the fish eggs. That's where, because we came from the water world. Uta usipatamatayek egip mauti usigu isyak, that we were created inside the belly of our mother. So one of the things that I come to understand in the terms, I've been hearing it the past couple of days in Saskatoon, Mistawasis, Big River, Atagakop. This is what they say when they call their parents. Ni papa, ni mama. That's that's English. That's not Cree. Eoko ni papa, kagyo papan. That does not mean we say no tawi, nikawi. Now, nikawi does not mean mother in our language. That's why we've lost the respect to call nikawi. Nikawi, because our language sits in parables. Chimaskwe muy no. The old language tells us how he says, I'm going to tell you in a shorter fashion, in a shorter phrase. Just like chapan. That's the common word that you hear around Onion Lake, chapan. But the longer version to this is ntanisko chapan. That's to properly say it. So when we say nikawi in our language, what that term means, so what nikawi means, I was lent life through her. It does not mean mother, eh? So when we say nikawi aski, we're literally being lent life through our Mother Earth. From the water that you drink to the food that you eat, to the air that you breathe. Nenewin is breathing, eh? Nenewin is what they call it. But when you inhale, this is how this sounds. Pagitatamo. What that refers to, pagit no maganta tamuan, to release it now. It goes in, pagit naman kanta tamuan, pagitatamo. So it's in these terms, no tawi does not mean father in our language. I want to set a principle to begin to understand these words spiritually. So one of the things that I come to understand is no tawi, no tawa tamuit, the one that fends on behalf of what I need in my life. So that's what that means, eh? That's why we say mamawiu taimao, that all of us, when we don't have it spiritually, we ask this one up here for those blessings so that we may have them in our life. So again, a lot of these terminologies come. Many of you understand the sun, bisim, bisimitawa, tawa agawa. How do you understand the sun? They say, the only thing I understand about it, it's the sun. Eh? But what does the sun do? In that long language, without using a parable, chimasquemion, omisiti ta gonoma, eokoma, bisimaituan, kagasipipi miskata moat mamotai mautatoskewin. So what that literally means in our language, bisim, the one that puts the finishing touches on Creator's creation. And a value to that Kaya kagipe tay gitawawachis. Egipeo sawipant. Meaning, when a child is born with jaundice, today we have to rush it to the hospital to be put under this UV ray light. So a long time ago, what the old people used to do was put the child out in the sun and allow that sun to finish the work of Creator's creation. So we don't use that anymore. So again, setting some standards that we need to tatuak. Mosum. What is a mosum? Grandfather. Oh, grandfather. Okay. What about a kokum? That does not mean either of those in our language. There's a longer version to this. Mosum. I'm going to say it in a longer version. Omusi testamageo. Kamusi testamaguisian. Meaning, the one that feels on behalf of what you carry in your heart. That's the closest translation to Musum. Here's what a grandfather sounds like. Utawya kagi utawit. That's a grandfather, eh? Kokom is not a grandmother to us. Umisigi to ni Musum. Ego niyo ay si tuwen sa ito. Umisito magano kapme kokomat achagwa. So the closest translation to kokom is a spiritual comforter. And they play these roles, these spiritual roles. When a grandchild usimawa emateo isagasinnet eugo ayaw nimosum kitepeo ha no tegasho we sagasin wago semino sa papa tao come running utnewi agani misitote agani nusem agani puno tao that's what spiritual comforting is. I used to go, when I began going to ceremonies such as Matutsan, I used to say, sapito ko, gimuso minanak, minago ko minanak. They said our grandmother and our grandfathers are here now, and I'd look around, try to see what little light I could see, to look for the saggiest, baggiest looking old people. And I didn't see them, you know. This is what we refer to as a sini, That's the long term. That's why we refer to the stone as the grandfather. And again, you're going to hear this, you know, the spirit that came from the sky. So all these terminologies, how one of the things that I've taken, I've been doing this now a little over 30 years. And I know, you know, I don't look that old. I'm stuck, you know. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm what they call a pipuna asquas. So that's why I look young. Pipuna asquas humanina. So it's been well served. And one of the things that I found out in what my grandparents told me, when I was first put out on a fast, this is what my grandfather told me. I want you to think about two things. Very first thing I want you to think about, when were you born? It's a sin, no go. That's kind of stupid. Because I knew when I was born. It's written on my documents, my birth certificate, December 3rd. He said, the second thing I want you to think about, Why were you born? I was 55 years old when I finally figured that out, why I was born. And it's about a gift. The gift of language. I finally understood my name, Kaskawat Nuigimao. This one, I wanted a real, when I wanted an Indian name, He says, how nusim Kaskawat Nuigimagi Tigawin. I said, I don't even understand that. I wanted a name like Walking Buffalo with an eagle on its back. But I didn't get that, I got this lame term of Kaskawat Nuigimao. When I was 55 years old, he says, this name is going to guide you for the rest of your life. It's going to guide you to your gift. And I said, well, I don't know what my gift is. I wish I was like you, Mushum. And that's how we see each other's. I wish I was like you. I wish I had what you carried. I began to look into the language, and how I began to look into the language. Short little story, what's going to prove value to these rites of passage. In 1985, I lost 2 brothers through suicide. My last younger brother died in my arms. He had shot himself. And his last breath to me was, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Again, I wanted to find out why he did this, why both of my brothers took their lives. And in this time, I began to search. I wanted to understand, so I went to school in Palmmakers Lodge, north of Edmonton, to try and understand what these things were, why he done these things, why they took their life. In 1987, we sat, after coming out of school, not really finding the answer to the why. We sat with these Jewish people, the Jewish community in the Palm, Manitoba. And I was eager, I wanted to ask this question. After the pipe ceremony, there was 5 of them. There was 4 young men that were with this elder. And this elder had a hat on and he had these curls. And I was eager to ask him, how did you guys survive the Holocaust period of what the Germans done to you? So again, I ended up asking, how did you survive the genocidal period? Genocide. So this is what he began to share with me. He said to me, we did not survive the Holocaust period, but we have similarities. So it's in this time he began to share. He says, the last time I saw my mother, my father, and my grandparents, they were being hurled off into this chamber. As we held this fence so tight, we didn't know what was happening. The next time I saw my mother and my father, they were being dragged out of this chamber and thrown in the back of this big truck. And that fence just shook like this as the kids cried, because they spared the children's lives and the men that were able to work. That's who they spared. As we paid attention to the Indians in Canada, he said, the exact same thing happened to us, to you people. Back then in the 80s, we're still called Indians, And which I didn't mind. I thought, proud to be Indian, redskin, that kind of thing. And I began to understand he said to me, as we paid attention to the Indians in Canada, that's the exact same thing that they've done to our people. But here, they attacked our mothers, fathers, and the elders over there, and they spared the children. In Canada, they attacked the children first. They attacked them by taking them away from their parents into residential school. So we did not recover from this. They took all of our lands. We have no lands. That's why we've harbored into Canada. And it's in this time we brought a gift to you people to always remember that we share a commonality. When we bury our people, this is what we begin to pass on. The Sinipanak, these ribbons that the pallbearers wear, they come from the Jewish people. So a lot of times, why do I have to wear this ribbon? I always share with the young men that are pallbearers as to where they came from, that we honor them. So it's in this time, he said, I cannot tell you people what to do. But the reason why I'm sitting here today telling my story to you, we did not go when we wanted to recover from this horrific time that happened in Germany to my people. We didn't go to the Germans for their help for us to recover. We have to turn. We had to turn to our language because it's a God-given language. Within the structure of your language, you're going to see a way of healing. But you got to understand it spiritually. And over there already, there was Cree dictionaries that were, I see too, the language always accommodated the English language, so we didn't understand it, So again, what we're bringing back is to understand it spiritually to the language as we break them apart for you. And he said, you, as Indians, should not go to the white people for your healing. I encourage you to turn to your language because it's a God-given language. And within there, just like our language sits in parables, you got to understand what it's telling you. You see, my elders did not say, how? It was this Jewish man that says, turn to your language. That's where you're going to find the answers. So 30 years later, this is where it's led me, well over 30 years in looking into language. I was not always like this. I had to go way back how the people used to live. So in this Awawi, Kegasmitat Pisama, after 9 months, we were given 7 things. Our creation story starts from Achaguiskok, meaning that there is a spiritual marker in the sky, refers to the Pleiades. And you ever look to the northern skies, it's right next to it. Here's the north. Here's the Big Dipper. Right next to it is the Pleiades. That is where our creation story comes from. We've been assimilated to think that our creation story comes from a biblical sense. Ototematik, our most sacred tree, is Gimantu Sanatigomino, Mito Seogoa. Our most sacred tree is what they refer to as this popular tree. Why they call it popular tree today? because it was most abundant in Canada. Out of all these trees, we can't even use this tree. It's too crooked and it's too wet and it's too soft. We can't build nothing out of it. But it's the most popular tree around here, out of popularity. That's what they refer to as a popular tree, eh? Mitos. So all these ones, we have our own sacred trees because we came from the sky and the Creator put us on this tree. The very first comers were 10. Mitat, eh? And they didn't know how to come down this tree until a little fur-bearing animal, what they refer to as the fisher, brought them down. In our language, we call this fisher Otsek. Kagi Otseka pitotawa tayo sinua, to bring them down to the level, eh? So here we say, Ntu temak, itegagi ututiak, ntu tematik, is this mystic, eh? So again, you'll hear from the East Coast, Ntu tem, Ntu tem, Ntu temak, Ntu temitak. The elders would say, Ntu temitak, Tanteo magagi ututiak, from the spirit world. So when you get to the BC coast, the language begins to say, when their most sacred tree is Masagiwatik, is the cedar tree. And this is how they say, Tematik, they'll say, totem. That's why you see all the relationship that they had from the sky and the animals. So it's in this part. The Japanese people refer to their most sacred tree as the bonsai tree. In the biblical sense, they talk about a sacred tree, which is the olive tree. That doesn't even exist on Turtle Island. Comes from across the ocean. So we can't refer to that tree because that olive tree does not grow here. Belongs across the ocean. The black people have them. Upatak, the Sioux people refer to their most sacred tree as the cotton tree, because within that cotton tree, you'll see a 5-point star in the root, the base of it. So that's why they call these tematik, okay, our sacred tree. Now, I'm not going to get into the creation story here because it's too long. I'm just going to refer to it, eh? So again, one of the things that I like seeing children. I really have a big heart for children. And when I see children, it does something to me. I grew up in a residential school. I went to residential school, day school, and I also was this thing they call 60 scoop. I grew up in the States a little over 16 years. In 1979, me and my older brother walked home across the border in the middle of the night. While living in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I thought I was Mexican. I'm Latino, man, because I had the brown skin. I could speak, a couple words here and there in Mexican, Spanish. So I thought I was Mexican. So it's in this time, I know what it's like for a child to want to go home. That was me. I want to go home. It didn't matter if there was drinking over there, violence. I still wanted to go home. Within the 4 provinces, we have over 36,000 children in CFS. That's a lot. My wife works for CFS. These numbers are accurate as she does the research. 36,000. That's a lot. We borrowed a system in 1980s that we're going to use the provincial CFS system until we created our own laws. We're still using that system after 50 years. And nothing is going to change until we get rid of their laws. In 1985, our children became a financial commodity, meaning they made money. To house one child, $3,600 is what they pay an individual per child. Imagine when they have 4 children in their home. That's a lot of money. Now it's no longer a financial commodity with Bill C-92. It's an industry. It is an industry. The province will have access to your children because we are federal people, but the province wants it. That's why they developed Bill C-92. And how do we bring our children home? We need to understand how our children were given to us. And this is where this presentation begins with rites of passage. So again, when it comes into this life here, we call it awasis, meaning we are being lent a spiritual being, and we have to treat it as such. So within this one, we move spiritually through these things. Through these stages, we move through them spiritually. It's not about a number for us. This occurs, the top of the head, they call it a fontanel. There's 3 stages to this fontanel. In our language, we call this opoipan. The very first stage that they come into this life, they call it Opigo pan. Opigo pan. Opigo is residue of ashes. Opigo. So again, they came through the fire. Isko kiswagote. Iskote. And then when they're born here, the second stage to this is the responsibility to the parents, meaning to help this fontanel close. And many of you have children. With the heartbeat, you can actually see this up and moving. So again, they call this opike pan. Topikita mo tumeno. Egata pastenik. Tapito tataguanat. Meaning there's precautionary measures to not allow this to dry. They call this cradle cap, once it dries out, and they have a difficult time. That they used a lot of grease. And one of the greases that were used were duck grease was the common thing that they used. And you'll hear this. And this is a parable, sipa, the Sipisian. And again, they talk about sisipatsiwan. You hear this word sisip in there, sipatan. My grandmother, when a woman was pregnant, meaning the gizzards, she would begin to dry them and crush them and give them to young women. 4 times she would give them for that placenta. Because if it's not strong, meaning if it's not strong, that the baby will break open this placenta, and usually that's when the baby will abort. So that's why the sipatan negumenyo utatamate pamisuin. So all these precautionary measures, there was ceremonies that was done. I'm not going to get into all the ceremonies. So how long does this top of the head? 13 moon cycles or better before this closes. And a lot of times we have to wait It's when the spirit is ready. That is when it occurs, eh? That's why the old people would go like this to a oasis, eh? To make sure that this part is now closed. Over here in the back, the wind. That's why we honor the wind so much. They call this the crown, and they call this crown Uchichipan. Uchichipan. And that's why in prayer, this portal now goes like this. Meaning, awi ochichi, mamo taimao, uchichipan. That's why we bow our heads to our Creator, eh? The temples, we call these kinashipanak. There's stories that come with these things, but of time-wise length, they're too long to tell today, eh? So I just want to set down a foundation so where you begin to ask questions. And don't be afraid to ask questions. And I'm not saying I know everything, but I will look for that answer for you, eh? So again, after 13 moons, there's what they call meaning that's the disconnection from the spirit world. Because we have 7 items in the belly. We have 2 legs, a torso, 2 arms, and a head, and that connection from the belly button. When they disconnect you, you've now been disconnected from up here. And this is the lifelong teachings that begin. So after the fontanel closes, you move on to the next step, and they call this stage Mistawasis. Mistawasis. There's one bone that we're not born with. Does anybody know that? We are not born with kneecaps. That's one bone that's missing. And this gesture here, I allow myself to learn each day. And I was visiting a couple here in the paw, and they were going to seminar. So the grandparents are sitting there like this on their phones. On these devices, eh? I go, Mistawasis. This is what this Mistawasis was doing. What do they refer to that? They're crawling, eh? That's what we understand about it. But listen to this. Epimitachimut. Eachimut. It's telling you a story. It's wanting you to connect to these spirits that he's able to see. Epimitachimut, eh? It's telling you a story. That's what that means. It doesn't mean crawling, eh? That it's telling a story. Epimitachimut. Etachimut, eh? And that's what I learned. It came in when the old man would say, Nimosum, inside the lodges, eh? So that your spirit may receive. They talk about this left side, the right side. This child is born, Awasis, with total spirit, nothing. He doesn't know about the physical life. We have to teach them how to balance this life. They call this right side Gichinsk, Namatniak. They refer to the brain as wing tipawan. Mamatoita is a process to, in detail, the mind, the spirit, and the body. That's mamatoita. But they call the brain wing tipawan. This is how you're balanced. If you cannot balance this saying, you just discard it. You don't know how to understand it. Nisto tamawan. So again, when we're in this process, nisto tamawan. Again, yung magagawa is kinoma makiyake, and they say namachi, namachiwen. When they talk about this hunting, they say machiwen, machi. It's telling you, the language is telling you to use your spiritual side, is your left side. That's why when a pipe is passed on to us, it comes from the right, eh? And you pass this with your spiritual side, eh? Out of that respect. And it talks about using your left side of your brain. In ceremonies, the elders would say, how machita tan, to use your left side now. Not to bring in your thoughts, oh, you know, that girl there, I didn't want to do that, you know. We start complaining using the side, our right side, eh? So, machita tan. Let's begin to utilize our spirit. My mic is what? Here. Okay, thank you. I thought he was going to hit me or something. So the next stage to this, let's get back into the swing of things here because I only have an hour and a half. So after Mistawas, as they call it, epia shitawa, meaning that he's all over the place, just like curious, eh? Oh, there. My 2-year-old grandson there, no boys all over the place. And these things that say childproof, they're not childproof. He knows how to open those things, you know. And he said to me, Musum, what's your treaty number? 2-year-old's asking me for my treaty number. I see it, 1474. Boy, you unlocked my phone. A 2-year-old, you know. I said, what are you doing? You know, it's a good thing that I don't order with a Visa card or something online because he's all over the place on that 2 years old. Eh? So I said, boy, these words are small. He's now 4 years old. He said, I'll fix it, Musum here. I got to go to this fonts, he says, eh, to make your letters big. I said, huh? This guy is so well educated in this phone, eh? So that's why he's all over the place. So the next stage here is what we call uskiyagyo. Uskayak is what we refer to both male and female. Uskinigisko is what we refer to the women, eh? This is the puberty stage. And it's time because right now, when do we move into this next stage? You recognize Pito se titi tago sa to uskaya. Umenyo at tiyaw at episkopayota. Upiskikutas is what we call this. They call it an Adam's. So it's about a spiritual growth for us. with these ones that are going into womanhood from Isquesak to Uskiigiskok is when they have their moon cycle. Some have them very young. Some have it at 10 years old, while others at 14 years old. So it's about a spiritual stage for us. That is when we begin to mentor them. Again, within this structure here, and most importantly, what my sister, my cousin, she had to actually look after her younger siblings by making formula bottles. Huh? Well, 10 minutes to. Okay, then. And then again, these examples that are led through here, she had to change Pampers, look after them, and begin to cook. Today, we can't use the system. You know what they call it? Child abuse. Somebody's going to phone CFS. But this was a mentoring process for us. So this is the puberty stage of it. Once we get into now the mentoringship, we call it oskapewak for the ones, the men. We call them for women oskiskoak. Oskiskoak. And this is where the transition, where they begin to work with fire. That's why we put them looking after those sacred fires. Younger women would now begin to utilize these fires by preparing the traditional feast foods, I was watching my sister Kathy, and she was making bannock, pounding this bannock, My kokum came over there and she took this bannock and threw it right out the door. And she began to cry. Kaya ko siya matuta. Takishin. Never bring the energy of anger into this food because people are going to eat it. You have to have good energy in order to do this. All these mentorship had to do with balancing energy. Once they understood how to balance this energy, is siwin, kisiwa siwin. All these things that they talked about, how to balance energies. Once you're able to balance So all these things, after the physicalness is done, you now have to get to know this person spiritually. And this is where a lot of relationships break down because this person they push you into that next stage. But some of us don't want to go into that stage, eh? Oh, call me Papa. Don't call me Usum. Papa. Eh? And of course, when we get to this stage, boy, we want to be young, eh? We start coloring our hair, wearing tighter jeans, just like my tight jeans. You know? So again, kitego itatse. This ninth stage that we talk about, kat nakatikoan kitiskoin, bina wala pet nakatikot napewin. And they refer to this term as the menopausal stages. For men, it's andropause. Those two terms, eh? Andropause. I think I want to. This energy that we talk about that you heard this morning, you have to be able to move with this energy and understand this. You cannot walk into a place where there's a funeral happening, eh? You can't come in there smiling. Oh, that's it. When that energy hits you, say, Mark, eh? You have to change so much. But Kisenu, when they walked in here, I always talk about this, the late James Cardinal. He'd walk in there because he understood this life. He'd come in there with his cane. Oh, ito siya, ito ya. Oh, kaya. Kaya ka mo, oh, yeah. He'd come in there smiling to balance this energy inside the wake service, eh? And they were so keen at it. And they began to smile and laugh. So again, kakisewat sitin nu. No tigoyesu talks about kanutas kinatasunanyuak. Uya utatos kitawitawin a mask. Tapi tigoyin. Out of her kindness, if there was no room in here, it's her responsibility to create that room. That's why no tigoyesu kaitite. How netewats? Tawaw, bitigoy. That's her spiritual role, eh? So again, these particular things that we talk about, the fire, tamago, fire, wind, water, and the spirit. This is the cycle of life. Meaning, my grandfather explained this so well. He said to me, Ispiuma, at tiwaistamani at nagatashkiane, semak, O man tiskotem taastawel. He says the first stage, what's going to happen is my spiritual fire is going to go out. And you're going to learn that because everything will be cold. My body, my physical body will become cold. He says the next stage to this is wind. My last breath, what I borrowed, is going to go back to the wind. Yotin. My last breath. And I've experienced this. Maybe some of you may experience this. When you're out walking, especially, somebody will call your name out of the blue and nobody's around, eh? Meaning that they always walk with you. Kakike. So the next thing is water. And this is what we've forgotten about. 87% of our body mass is made up of water. Where does this water go once we're done in this world? It goes back to where we got it from. The rivers, the lakes, the streams. And this is what my grandfather said about this water. Hanusim, sasnegap matsya nyuta, kapepi sten ninipime tisigiwe magak. He said, come and sit with my waters as they return to where I borrowed that life of water from. Come and sit with my waters. Peapi staninipim. Tatamis kaman kagimigoisyan pimatisyon etisigiwe magako maninipim. And you know what this whole phrase sounds like in a parable? Peapi staninipim etisigiwe magak kawi tega kiut naman. He said, this is how it sounds. Ni pepiwen. We refer to that as a wake service. It's wrongly translated. So what happens next? When we're done, 4 days. And then we return to where life was given. That's our story as Nehewak. I thank you for listening. Ay, saw me some petato, tago. Awe ko sipit tama.
Thank you, Jeff. If we had more time in the day, sorry. Okay, we got one more speaker coming up here, but not right away. Let's take a quick break. In between the break, Ralph, you want to sing us a couple songs? Let's take a 10-minute break and we all come back, and we got one more speaker. Thank you, Jeff. You know, all of you guys, I know Ralph wasn't done, Jeff wasn't done, but like I said, if we had more time in the day.
Actually, Dwayne and Jeff, my older brother with Jeff, they're better musicians than me. I'm just a rookie in here. So maybe I'll nga pa. I'm so kind of nervous, so you gotta bear with me. So I try to pick songs that resonate with me, that I like, talk about life, and I try to learn them. So, if I make mistakes, it's because I'm used to sitting with the drum. But whenever I look over here, I see all your beautiful eyes, and it just not one gisks, and I forget the tune. So I hope that doesn't happen. So every morning, my son, my grandson Piso, kapigyo ka mana. man, I play music in the morning at our house. So na piso pisagiwis mot man ka wanskat. Comes dancing out my grandson every morning. And after he's done, she comes out and starts dancing in front of Tawista. And we play music in the morning to start off our day. So music is a balancer for me. Always has been. It helps me. So I'll try this one song. Her day starts with a coffee, ends with a wine. Takes forever to get ready, so she's never on time for anything. When she gets that come get me look in her eyes, what kinda scares me, the way that she drives me wild. She drives me wild. Beautiful, crazy, she can't help but amaze me. The way that she dances, ain't afraid to take chances, wears her heart on her sleeve. Yes, he's crazy, but her crazy's beautiful to me. She makes plans for the weekend, can't wait to go out till she changes her mind. Say, let's stay on the couch and watch TV. And she falls asleep. Beautiful, crazy, she can't help but amaze me. The way that she dances, ain't afraid to take chances, wears her heart on her sleeve. Yes, he's crazy, but her crazy's beautiful to me. Unbelievable, unforgettable, it's unusual, unbelievable. I'm such a fool, I'm such a fool for her. Beautiful, crazy, she can't help but amaze me. The way that she dances, ain't afraid to take chances, wears her heart on her sleeve. Yes, it's crazy, but her crazy's beautiful to me. Crazy. So I'm just learning that one too, so I'll sing one more. I'll make it a little short. I don't have to sing the whole thing. I want to sweep you off your feet tonight. I want to love you and hold you tight. Spin you around at some old dance floor. Act like we've never met before for fun. 'Cause you're the one I want. You're the one I need, baby. If I was a king, you would be my queen. You're my rock and my roll. You're good for my soul, it's true. I'm head over boots for you. The way you sparkle like a...
All right. Hello, can you hear me now? All right, we're gonna switch back here, you guys, and introduce you to Emerson. Sorry, I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, but this is the guy that put on everything and is in charge of everything, and we're gonna interview him now. And I want to bring you on after as well. After everything's done, we'll bring you on and close it out online as well. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name's Emerson Kiplin, and I'm the Prevention Services Manager here with Onion Lake Family Services. And yeah, this is our parenting conference, and it's kind of part of our NAW week here, which kind of got a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
It happened last week, but it's happening.
Things happen, man. And you know what? Everything happens for a reason, as they say. But so far, it's been pretty good. You guys did an amazing job under the decorations, and I think it's been a good turnout as well. You know, weather stuff happens. So, is this the first of many, or is it kind of a one and done week kind of thing?
Well, I think that we've always had some variation of it. I think this is the first time as an agency we've incorporated it with the NAW week. We had talked a lot about needing to reach the broader community with certain events that we were doing, and we thought, why not incorporate it with NAW, right? Because when we do NAW week here in the community, every department takes a day.
Yeah.
So we just thought we would do our by taking 2 days, and we could have our parenting conference.
Yeah.
And so this was a kind of a first year of doing that, and we were just seeing how it was going to go, and then we'll evaluate it and see if we do it again next year as a standalone, or if we do it again with the NAW committee.
Mm-hmm. I think honestly, my personal opinion, is do it on your own, because it gives it, you know, sure you want to be associated with all NAW and everything, but at the same time you can incorporate other stuff and bring it to other voices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My opinion, anyway. Just so maybe throw it in there as an idea.
Yeah.
So can you tell everyone actually what your role is over at ICFS, right?
So Prevention Services Supervisor. So what I do is the programming that my prevention workers do. So they'll do programming in the community. My job is to oversee that, the financial side of that. I do financial reports back to the government. And then there is a client aspect to it. So we have a youth support. And what they do is they support youth in care who are transitioning out by giving them the skills they need and things like that. So that's a new program we're developing. And then we have the parent mentor program. And what happens there is we go in and provide support, like interventions for families, maybe that are at risk of coming into care, you know, just highlighted, or they reached out and said, hey, I need support. And we do multiple things, like, you know, if we work on, like, you know, proper discipline, you know, if you need help potty training, if you need help making routines, things like that. That's kind of what we do with the parent mentor program. So there's 3 different programs that I kind of supervise, and it all ties back under the prevention umbrella.
So what do you guys got coming on in the future here, in the near future, not the long future? What's happening in 2023 that you might be looking forward to?
We did a land-based camp up in La Plonge, and I think that I would like to take another group up there because the kids really enjoyed it. It was land-based. We were out in the north, and there was no cell service, so they had no choice but to do some bonding. So I think we'll be bringing that back again. We always have our programming like Tots of Fun, you know, our grief and loss programs that we do, parenting programs, and I know, like, through the summer we kind of, like, through certain months and that we do certain things. There's a method to the madness, because like, you know, in the summertime a lot of people don't want to be inside learning certain things, right? So throughout the year we have different activities happen, and kind of cater to that. Like a lot of ours right now is geared towards like school age children.
Yeah.
So I have my staff going out doing that.
And the Christmas spirit as well. There's a lot of stuff. I was just told you guys are actually heading to Toby Lake or something tomorrow.
Yeah, Tullaby Lake. Yeah.
Tubalee? Is it Tubalee?
Yeah, Tullaby.
Oh, Tullaby. I
Yeah.
was like Tubi. I was thinking Tupi and Binu.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're heading over there tomorrow, and that's our foster parent Christmas appreciation dinner that we do.
Yeah.
So that's another long day tomorrow, but
But it's all for the love.
it's all for the
love.
children.
All Ferda. You're supposed to say hashtag Ferda.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I know how it goes. But you guys are doing an amazing job. And, you know, I'm going to say it right now. You know, as a social worker myself, I know we get a bad rap, right?
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, we're going in there to help and also decolonize the situation that was brought on upon us, right?
Mhm.
So I know you guys are obviously doing that. Are you guys throwing a lot of culture components and stuff going, you know?
Yeah, we are. And like I always tell the staff, like I said, I don't like I don't know how what I'm trying to say is I didn't grow up culturally myself. And so sometimes I'm seeking guidance a lot of time, and I always say that. Like I said, I'm always seeking guidance. I'm always asking for help. And so we have an on-staff elder that I'm very appreciative that she's been kind of a guiding person for me, giving us direction, telling us who we can talk to about certain things, and I do appreciate that.
Awesome. Well, we're going to go right here to Curtis Cameron here. We're going to come back after this thing's over, and the young man here will finish it off. We'll say closing and all that. So we'll head to Curtis Cameron. Thanks for joining.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Okay, here's Curtis. Introduce yourself, sir.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name's Curtis Cameron. I'm from Beardees. I live in Edmonton, and most people know me as the photographer, the photo guy. I've been doing photography for quite a while now, about a couple decades anyways. So, yeah, I'm busy. That's all I do now, is photography. So I run around taking pictures here and there. There's a few other things that I am, but the people don't know about. Like I have, I'm an artist. Like I've done a lot of artwork. I used to be a full-time artist, carver. I'm also a father of 6 children. I got 6 kids from 7 different women. Used to party a lot, so I was I don't know who the real mom is. It's kind of one of those wild nights there. I'll be talking about. No, just kidding. Yeah, just got me remembering back. No, just kidding. Another thing too is I'm an alcoholic, and I'm a crack addict. I may not look like a crack addict right now, but it was about 15 years ago. I was hardcore down and out. Anyway, so I like to talk about my journey, my life journey, I guess. So it'll be here for a little bit, but a while back, I used to work for Health Canada, and I was an outreach worker, and I used to run around to communities and share my story and do a lot of prevention work. I gave that up for some time because it was pretty hard. It's a pretty hard thing for me to do, is to get up here and talk about some of the deep, dark moments of my life. So with that, I would like to ask everybody just to turn their phones on silent, turn them upside down, or something. So, because it is pretty deep. I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. So anyways, I usually like to start at the beginning, right? I'm going to talk about like my childhood. I grew up in Beardees and Saskatoon. I had 2 loving parents. I still have them with me. I'm very grateful for that. But for most of my childhood, I spent with my mushum and my cookum on my mom's side. My mushum and my cookum on my father's side, they like to drink a lot. So I didn't spend a lot of time. My mom wouldn't let me go there on the weekends. But on my mom's side, They took care of me. You know, I know a lot of people in our community spend a lot of time in Mushroom and Cookum's place. You know, and I was one of those people. I was one of their babies. You know, I just lost my Cookum. She was 93 in February, and I was her baby boy. So very grateful. You know, it's a sad thing to lose elders like that, but I'm also grateful that I had her for so long. So I'm in a new part of my life where I'm living my life without my Cookum. You know, and I'm 49 years old now, which I am grateful for. You know, I'm grateful to have her for so long. Anyways, spending a lot of time with my Mushroom and Cookum, and particularly my Mushroom, right? He took me to the Marquis Downs a lot, and he owned horses and really took care of me all the time, every weekend and all summer long. I was over there staying with him, and I went to school in Saskatoon. Something happened when I was 11. The old man went and died on me. Before I was 11, I was a little child having fun, riding my bikes and running around in the bush and making bows and arrows, all that stuff, you know, as kids do, as young boys do. But when he died, you know, I didn't know how to deal with that. He was 11 years old, summer of 1984. And it was in August, and it felt like he left me. Well, he did leave me, and I didn't know how to deal with that. I remember that feeling of like barbed wire wrapped together into a ball and stuck in my throat. And every time I swallowed or something, or took a drink or something, it felt pain running up and down my throat here. And my mom and my Cookum would tell me, let it go, let it go. And I didn't know how, I didn't know what they were talking about, but they're like, let it go of that pain. But I didn't do that. I was 11 years old. I wasn't going to cry, and I didn't cry. Instead, I grabbed that ball of pain, that barbed wire, and I swallowed it. You guys know what I mean when you have pain in your throat and you swallow that pain down, and I buried it deep down inside of me. And I spent a lot of years doing that. You know, if you look, there's a lot of pain in there. Just filling it right up. Anyways, so yeah, I didn't cry. I buried that pain, and then all of a sudden, the summer was half over, and I didn't know what to do with the rest of my summer because my world was gone. My mom's one of the older of her siblings, same with my dad. So I started hanging around with her youngest and his youngest siblings, who were at that time about 5 years older than me, about 16, 17, 18 years old. And they liked to indulge. They started me smoking weed. Oh, I started them. They were just, they had it there, and I was, you know, they felt for me. I was their little brother, right? Still am. And so they kind of, I started hanging out with them because my other world was gone. And I started drinking and smoking weed. I remember the first time I drank, I was at the wedding in Beardy's at the rec center, and I went up to the booth there, and I bought my first beer, 11 years old, just a little guy, $2 it cost me. So I went and drank that beer, and I was sitting against the wall drinking that beer, and people kind of looked at me as this little kid walking with a beer, but nobody said anything because everybody was partying themselves. Oh, it's a little over 30 years ago. A lot of drinking back then. Thank God it's kind of slowed down a little bit, which I'm, you know, it's kind of nice. Anyways, so I'm sitting there drinking that beer, and my friends are coming around, and I'm drinking it, and it kind of tastes like shit, and don't really like it. But I remember that first sip of beer. It didn't taste good, right? Everybody knows what beer tastes like. It's not good, but my mouth started watering, like underneath my tongue. It just started watering, and the only thing that would quench that is to drink more and more. So I kept drinking that beer and getting thirstier and thirstier, you know. And I think that's when I became an alcoholic at that age. So I finished that beer, and I drank my second one. I went and had my second beer. By the time I started hitting my second beer, and I usually tell this to young people what it's like, right? When you're drinking, I'll just give them a straight up, this is what it's going to be like. anyways, I was drinking that second beer, and all of a sudden the world kind of started looking hazy and fuzzy, like a glow in my eyes, right? And I had to focus a little bit. And then also I got really calm and relaxed, and I felt confident. I had a pretty low self-esteem growing up. Being native, being a chubby kid, growing up in Saskatoon, I was put down a lot and beat up, and there was the racist thing was going on, and I was really kind of didn't like being an Indian at that time. As a young person, all I seen was white people on TV, and I kind of wished I was like that. So I felt really bad about who I was, that I wasn't right. Anyway, so but when I drank, all that kind of went away. That feeling, and I started feeling really good about, confident, feeling okay with myself, and then another thing that happened is that things started teetering. The world kind of started moving like this, right? And I started feeling good, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there at this dance, and everybody's having a good time. And I'm walking there, and I'm looking around, and all of a sudden I seen this girl. I looked at her. Yeah, you. So I'm getting a little bit feeling good about myself. So I go walking over there, and like I said, things are fuzzy and the world is a little crooked, and I'm real relaxed, eh? I started looking at her and try to make my way over there. I'm checking her out, eh? And I go up even a little closer. I go talk to her. I'm looking at her right in the eyes, and I can't focus, right? And like I'm really relaxed, eh? A little bit of drool coming down there. I don't know how long I stood at it, looked at her. It didn't seem like it didn't take long, but I don't know. It could have been 5 minutes. And she's shy, eh? Cousin. But I tell the young people that's what it's like when you're drinking. So if you want to look cool and think you're cool, that's kind of what it looks like. When you're stupid drunk like that. Anyways, so yeah, I became an alcoholic. I remember drinking quite heavily when I was 12, 13, 14 years old for days, at the houses, drinking for days and days and days. Just a young boy, going to the bar the next morning, trying to get some more booze and all that stuff. That's kind of how I grew up. Anyways, I started fighting lots too when I was a young person, and getting in trouble in school. I moved back to the reserve from Saskatoon, and I took out a lot of that racist anger when I going to school in Duck Lake from the reserve. So I started giving the non-native kids a real hard time, and started fighting, and that's all I did. I was really angry. I was a really angry kid. Anyways, I had a real problem with the principal. He had a problem with me. I was pretty smart at school. I did pretty good when I was doing the work. So he was really angry that I wouldn't apply myself, and he started getting real physical and violent with me. Right? And he used to pick me up and slam me against the wall behind the closed doors. He'd strap me and all this stuff that was going on. And I really hated that because he used to point his finger right into my chest and tell me I wasn't going to do nothing with my life. I was just going to go to jail and all this and all that. You're nothing. This is what basically call me a piece of shit, right? So I quit school. I said, the hell with this, man. I'm not gonna. Why do I have to go through that? I had a lot of attitude, right? And I just said, screw this. I'm done with this school. So I ended up quitting school when I was 16. And I went to work for my dad in Vancouver. At that time, we moved to Vancouver. So I started working in construction, making some good money, and shoveling dirt and gravel and all this real gross. Like, it was just a horrible, ugly job. Packing lumber all day long. Like, gravel, I think, was the worst job of my life, when I had to shovel a pile of gravel from over there into a foundation over there by wheelbarrow all day through the mud. It was the worst. It was horrible. Anyways, so I started making money, and I kept drinking a lot, and started fighting on the weekends. Whenever I get paid, it was just straight drinking. And I remember always fighting, always looking for a fight, trying to take somebody on. And I ended up, when I turned 18, I ended up going to jail more and more. Every time I fought, the freaking cops could get involved and I'd be handcuffed and hauled away. And I tell young people that too. It's like when you're fighting, if you're fighting all the time, you're just going to going to jail. You're going to end up in handcuffs. And that's basically what happened, is that it's doing exactly what that principal said was going to happen to me. It's going to end up in jail. I'm not going to go anywhere with my life. Shoveling gravel, just really not doing everything he said I was going to do, right? So anyways, talk about that around that time too. When I was 17 years old, I was hanging around with these guys that are about 25 years old, and they went to a bar, a nightclub, and they went, and I got in. I was 17, had a little bit of scruff here, black. It was black back then. It's not white. Anyways, so I got into the bar, and and I like partying, like having a good time. I needed that drink to have a good time. So I started drinking there, and all of a sudden I seen these two girls on the dance floor, right? And the lights is like a disco, right? And they're just going off. So all of a sudden I started making my way in there. Next thing you know, I'm between them, right? One in the back here, one in the front. And man, it was like magic. We were moving together. They were moving with me, legs on here, going down together, coming back up, all this stuff. And I'm like, having a good time. This is the club. I was going to see my buddies at the door, and they're like, and I'm like, they're like, come on. I'm like, and all of a sudden I have to say goodbye to those girls. So I ended up leaving with them, and they didn't go to the bar to party. They went there to score some coke, and they ended up scoring, and they wanted to leave to go get high. So we went, and that was going to be my first time doing cocaine, and rolled up a bill, and the guy's like, no, we don't snort cocaine here. So they had their spoon out, and they started cooking it up, and they made crack roll. Freebase was called back then. Freebasing is crack. Anyway, so we started smoking it all night. I'm just going to speed it up there. Anyways, got high all night, and it was just crazy. I just felt sick to my stomach. Every time I had a toke, it lasted for about 15, 20 seconds. And then after that 15, 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, I started feeling sick to my stomach, and I needed to keep smoking more. And the only thing that would get rid of that sickness is having that pipe stuck to my mouth. And it was real bad. It was like ugly, sick, like I want to throw up. That's how it hit me when I got high. I had to keep smoking. So we kept smoking all night. Finally, we ran out, and I made it home, and I rolled around in my bed for about 6 hours. I couldn't sleep because it's an upper, it keeps you awake. So holding my stomach, I'm like, I needed one another toke, but I couldn't get it. So I eventually fell asleep. And I started playing with cocaine and crack a lot. And it was like that. I'd party, spend everything, and use. Eventually I would fall asleep and stuff. So it was like that. It's like a party kind of thing. So I was doing that, drinking and doing a lot of cocaine on the weekends and stuff like that. So I remember, I really thinking about that principal. And one day after work, I was sitting there taking a bus on the way home. And all of a sudden, I seen this paper. I got into a car accident. I couldn't get my driver's license. So I'm busting it around Vancouver, working outside, eating my lunch outside in the rain, and really hating life, drinking every weekend, going to jail, Anyways, so I'm sitting there at the bus stop, and all of a sudden I seen this piece of paper here. It says, are you an Aboriginal youth between the ages of, 18 and 29? And I'm like, yeah. So I picked up that paper, and it says, are you interested in a career in the film and television industry? Yeah. And multimedia, graphic design, web design. This is in 1998. So it was kind of fresh stuff back then. So I picked up that piece of paper. It was all wet folded it, put it in my pocket, and I took it home. And I showed my girlfriend. And we were living together. I was 24 at the time. Been doing construction for about 8 years, doing well. Like I always had a job. I worked hard. I was smart. You know, I was building mansions and doing some pretty nice carpentry at that time. So I showed her this paper. I said, look what I found. And she was pretty good. She was a chemist. You know, she went to college and all that stuff. So she was a pretty smart girl. She's like, why didn't you phone it? Phone that number. Yeah, you'd be real good as, you know, working in movie cameras and stuff. Because I live in Vancouver. It's like a lot of movies there. But I couldn't phone that stupid freaking number, man. You ever feel that? Like there's something right there, but it's just stopping you from doing it. You know, something I kept telling myself, I can't phone that number. I quit school. I don't have a driver's license. I got a criminal record. I got all this stuff was telling me I can't phone that number. So I sat there for about 3 days. That number was there, and I didn't phone that number. And finally I did. I just phoned it. And they said I came in for an interview. I did that interview, and I'm just going to speed up my story because it get real long if I don't. Basically, I got accepted into this program. They asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I don't know. I like the idea of operating cameras and maybe being a camera operator in the movies or something. And they're like taking notes. You know how you're going to do that? I said, no. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And everything. After the interview was done, I walked out. I'm like, oh, whatever. And they phoned me back and they said, you'd be perfect. You're perfect for our program. We want you to start on Monday. We're going to pay you. You know, it's a funded program. We're going to pay you to come to school. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So it's changing my life there, right? And still smoking lots of weed, still drinking, you know, and then trying to go to school and smoking weed. It was kind of tough. It was kind of tough because they were asking me questions like, excuse me, sir, what's 2 + 2? Yeah, that's me when I was high, right? But I wanted to be a cameraman so bad, so I ended up quitting. I quit smoking weed. I was a chronic. We were smoking an eighth a day every day kind of thing, you know, really smoking lots. From morning to dark, show up to school, high, lunchtime, go get high, you know, on the way home, go get high, you know, get home, go get high, turn on the TV, go get high. You know, everything I had to do was getting high. So when I quit, all that enjoyment of getting high was gone, and it turned to edginess and really uncomfortable. I didn't really like enjoying my life, and I was kind of edgy and grouchy all the time because I didn't have my weed. And that's the way it is, right? When somebody doesn't have their weed, they can't enjoy themselves, right? And so anyways, I found something that helped me quit, and that was sage, smudging. You know, a little smudge there. Yeah, I felt good. Smudge again. you know, and I had a pretty big stock of sage. I went picking that one summer and had quite a bit there. Next thing you know, it's like the size of my fist, that sage, right? It's all smudging myself real good there, setting a fire alarm off and stuff. And it helped. I quit. And I was able to do what I wanted to do with school, and I went on and I graduated. And the thing that they told me is that I was going to get a job right away in television. And I realized I didn't want to do movies, that I wanted to work in media and journalism and work in the people in the communities and stuff. So I went that route. I didn't go into the movie industry. I went into journalism and stuff. And that was the way I wanted to go. Actually, I wanted to be a war cameraman. I wanted to be at war, run around in Beirut and Iraq and all that stuff, covering those kind of stories. So, but anyways, I finished school, and there was no job. There was no job for a young Aboriginal person, a young Indigenous man in Vancouver, you know, and there's that many of them, you know, who are not like me, going for the same job. They weren't gonna hire me, man. I'm like, shit, these guys are full of shit, man. Anyways, but I love doing it so bad. I love doing it so bad that I ended up volunteering for a television station. I said, just let me come in. I'll work for free. Just want to gain experience. They're like, yeah, we take young people. And yeah, here. So I went there and I was there every day. After work, after I got a job as a painter, after I was done painting, I go to the television station. I just kind of hang out there and talk to all the cameramen and the editors and sponge from them as much as I can. I'm like, I love doing it so much, and this is me. Everything changed in my world when I picked up a camera. I was not shy. I was not, I knew this was me. This is who I am. And anything and no matter what, I was going to make it happen. So I worked for a full year for free before I had my first paid job. My first paid job offer, I should say. That was in 2000. Yeah, 2000. And anyways, I went and shot this rap video guy, this rapper. And he was called the first indigenous rapper in North America. You guys might have known him. You ever see that movie, The Indian in the Cupboard? That little Indian there that was in the cupboard? That guy. His name's Lightfoot. Gary Davis is his real name, but they called him Lightfoot, and he was a rapper. He put out a lot of albums back then, and he had this little crew, and I'm sitting there filming him. I brought this camera from the station because they let me borrow it once in a while. So I take this big broadcast camera, and I go and shoot him, and he's just rapping away, boom, 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 and I'm like, it was a fun night. Anyways, he comes after the show. He comes up to me and he goes, "Hey," introduces himself, and we talk and stuff. And he goes, "Yeah, hey, I got this thing. We're just going on tour tomorrow for 6 weeks across the states, like Florida and California, and all the big casinos. We're gonna go hit up there. We got shows, and I want somebody to come film it and do a documentary. We'll buy you a camera, and you just don't have to worry about. Just jump on the bus with us and come along. 6 weeks." I'm like, no. I said, no, sorry, I can't do it. So I turned down a really nice job. I was young, and could have went anywhere. And I said, I turned them down. Sorry, I can't go. The reason I did that is because APTN was going to start airing in 2 weeks from that date. So I wanted to make sure, because this was our channel. This is me. I'm Curtis Cameron, the young Indigenous videographer in Vancouver, which is kind of like a pretty busy place for television and all that stuff. So I want to be there when APTN starts. So APTN started, and I watched the news, and it's my friend. Her name was Carol Adams at the time, Carol Moore. Anyway, she's reading the news, and there's no video news coverage of that whole their first news broadcast of APTN. I still remember that. She read from a piece of paper for half an hour. And then I was recording it. And there's the credit rolls at the end, and then there's a number that says, if you have any story ideas or like to reach APTN, please call this number. And instantly I called that number without hesitation. This is who I am. This is what I'm going to do. And so I introduced myself on the phone. I'm Curtis Cameron. I'm a videographer in Vancouver. I have access to a camera. And if you want me to do any coverage for you, just give me a call. Here's my number. 2 minutes later, the news director called me from Winnipeg and says, "Hey, there's a roadblock happening in Chiam First Nation. Could you go over there and get some footage for us and send it on a plane tomorrow?" Yeah. And so that was my first job with APTN. I went and shot that footage, and they called me back the next day because I had to actually mail it, like send it on a plane to Winnipeg so they could have it for the next day. And they called me back and said, "Wow, man, that's some amazing footage." It was just footage like in the mountains on the river fishing with these roadblock. They're all dressed in camo and stuff like that. So just did what I did, right? Just did what I did. And they phoned me back, and then, and they were going to call you again, right? So they called me back the next week, and then they called me back twice the following week, and I just kept going. But they never really committed to full time, right? They never committed to full time. So I ended up finding a full-time job. I became APTN's first cameraman in BC. I seen my name roll across British Columbia camera operator, Curtis Cameron. And this is the kid that was not supposed to do anything with his life. You know, I became that first. I am the first cameraman in BC for APTN. Anyways, so I was pretty proud of that, but they never gave me a full-time job, and I ended up moving to the Yukon. Northern Native Broadcasting Yukon gave me a full-time job, so I moved up there. Spent a year, you know, I talked to a lot of kids, so I tell them, so if you're in this industry where you're doing something creative, arts, music, performing, acting, you know, even beadwork or painting or anything, writing, you got to build up your portfolio. So I went to the Yukon, and one of the most beautiful places in Canada, and I started building my portfolio there. I was spending all this time up there with the Tlinkits and all them people, the Gwich'in, and on the land, photograph and videotaping their life up there. So I made myself a 5-minute video resume. And all of a sudden, I seen on the internet that CBC was hiring Yellowknife, and CBC is like, yes, CBC. So I ended up applying for that job. I sent in my reel, and they called me back and gave me an interview. So I kind of aced that interview because I was really into being a cameraman. I knew everything as a young man, right? I studied it 2 years already. I was studying it. Oh. All right. Okay. Good. Anyways, so I did the interview, and I was successful. They hired me. I was 29 years old, young Aboriginal person, and I basically working for the biggest television station in Canada. You know, they gave me when I was taking the job offer over the phone. He says, get a piece of paper, and he starts writing a bunch of numbers. I was like 65,000 plus another 18,000 plus another 14,000. And it kind of added up to $102,000 a year was what they're offering me. You know, this young Aboriginal Indigenous man who wasn't supposed to be anything is getting offered $102,000 a year. You know, criminal record, all that stuff, right? Because I believed this is who I am, and I made it so. You can change. I changed my direction just by somebody opening the door and say, here, walk through this door, pick up this phone, call this number. You know, somebody gave this person an opportunity to change his life, and he took it because that's all he needed. That's all I needed was to believe in myself, and I do, and I did, and I still do. Anyways, so I went up there, and I had a girlfriend, and you know, and I'm talking to them there. I accepted the job. I said, but I live in Whitehorse. I got to come all the way down to Edmonton and then back up to Yellowknife. He goes, oh, no. We're going to send movers there to pack you up. So they send moving company there, and they started packing us up. What about our car? You know, are we going to drive there? He was like, you know, how do we get there? It's basically, how do we drive there? He says, no. We're going to put your car in a semi too, and we're just going to send you a couple plane tickets and you guys fly over. Oh, by the way, do you want to stop in Vancouver or Edmonton while you come over a couple days on your way up? Yeah, I'll go to Vancouver. Yeah, we'll put your rooms. Okay, sent us rooms and everything. So we made our way up to Yellowknife, and we get there a couple days later, visited a bunch of friends, family in Vancouver before we left. We get there and then go see the HR later, and she gives me a check for $4,100. What's this for? Oh, that's for your vacation. It's my first day at work, and you're paying me for vacation already. Right? She goes, oh, no, that's for the year. You get that for the year automatically. You keep your receipts, and you won't get taxed for it. They said, that's just vacation money. Fly down south, fly wherever you want to. If you drive, keep your gas receipts, you know. And so anyways, each family member got that $4,100. Right? That was pretty sweet little perk. Anyways, and then I go see my boss, the director of operations, and he gives me this credit card, American Express. Here, this is yours. Don't leave home without it. Okay. He didn't tell me the limit, right? But gives me a credit card. I'm like, what's this for? He goes, well, if there's a war that breaks out in Iraq, we want you to jump on a plane and go. If you get called, there's no waiting for a check wreck and trying to find a check signer and, all that stuff. If there's war or something, an earthquake, go. Grab your gear, go. That's the CBC, right? CBC News. Okay, right on. And I think about 2 months later, they took that credit card away from me. There's a lot of Chinese food there for lunch. And it's not really a credit card type of guy. Yeah, they took it away from me. Long story, but it was all good. It was all good. Anyways, I started partying lots too, right? Drinking lots on the weekends. And I was doing real good. I felt really good about myself, flying across the country, chasing the prime minister around, even Prince Charles, stuff like that. Anything big that happened, I was there. One of the guys that was there, anyways, Peter Mansbridge, all those big CBC guys. Rick Mercer, shot with him for a while. Anyways, things were going good. My partner, she had a job with the RCMP up there, and she was hovering around the $80,000 mark. So pretty much together we're close to $200,000 for a young couple with no kids. So it's time to settle down, eh? So we ended up making a baby. If you want details on how that happened, I'm not going to share them here. There's still kids. Well, there's no kids here. Well, anyways, that night, we ended up she got pregnant, eh? So it was the first kid, and all of a sudden we're just, it was December 14th, and she's waddling. It's time. Kurt, it's time. What? Holy shit. So I just start freaking out, and she makes her way to the truck, and we get to the hospital. We get a nice room in the corner. Lights were dim. There's a couch there, a little hospital couch. Not really cool, but it was there, a nice room. And it was about 8 o'clock or so. We got there. 12:15, the little person was born. Anybody seen childbirth? Like any of the men seen childbirth? Huh? You're there, and he's got this. I usually show kids this. If you haven't seen it, this is kind of what it looks like, right? All of a sudden, I seen this black thing like that for the cameras. It's like this. A little black hairy. And then slowly it comes out. It comes out, right? Oh, so head pops out. A little brown baby with a full black head of hair. Like that. Just his head sticking out. And he's looking around, big brown eyes. And I'm like, holy shit, man. And all of a sudden the baby comes out, and he's not even a sound. It looks like he's screaming, but he's just like, and his eyes, like clearing his eyes. I'm like, wow. And I laid there with him and mom for about 3 hours there, and then it was time for me to go. And I remember when I left the hospital, it was like it was a kind of day like this, cold, crisp, but really calm. And the northern lights were out all around me like this. Like I was standing in the middle of this room, and they were like right there. And I could reach up, felt like I could reach up and touch them. And that's how good I felt. Like I felt like I could just reach up and touch heaven. Like it was right there. And I felt so high. The highest I've ever felt in my life. The best I've ever felt. And I realized that's called being high on life, right? Feel that good about the way life is going. And no other drug or drink can ever replace that feeling of being high naturally on life. So because I'm an addict, let's go at it again, right? So we had another baby, a few months later, like a year later, had another little one. And, I'm like getting ready to get high again, high on life, right? And I don't know, it was different. Second baby was different, man. It wasn't this black little thing, coming out like this. It wasn't that. It was more like bald. There was no hair. It was just a bald thing like that. Come on. And anyways, like I was happy, right? And as soon as the mouth came out, he's like, "Ah!" I'm like, "Holy shit, man! Put that baby back." It's not supposed to be like that. I didn't even see the color of his eyes because he was flipping out mad. Probably cold, and it was middle of hot summer. Like, it was totally different than the first time. So, got baby home, and mom went out with the girls, and I'm sitting there changing baby's pamper, and I got this little 1-year-old boy there helping me, and it's freaking like peanut butter, eh? And my little 1-year-old boy, toddler there, he just started walking around. Comes and sticks his finger in that shit there. And he starts poking me and laughing, eh? And I'm like, hands full, trying to change his pamper, and this little boy's poking shit all over me. Quit, come on, I'm trying to do this here. We ended up changing baby's pamper and cleaned up, and I grabbed those two boys, newborn, 1-year-old, and I hugged them, and I smelled. Wow. You ever smell a newborn baby? Like, not the shit, but the cleaned up baby? I'm like, wow. And I'm holding my two boys, and then it hit me right then and there. I was high again. I was high on life. This is the best thing in the world. My life is good. I got a great partner. I got a great job. I got these two loving boys. I got a beautiful truck with big 4x4 lights and everything. I got a real fast machine. Life was good. Great job. A job that would pay me over 100 grand a year that I would do for free. That I did for free. But I had this thing, this alcohol. When the alcohol came, I started smoking the crack. And I kept doing that. And finally, she caught on. About a month, my little boy was only a month old, and she took off, jumped on a plane, and left me because of all the partying and the dope I was doing. And I was starting to get into it hard. I was making a lot of money, and I could afford to keep going. So I got into it more and more. And when she left, there was like I felt kind of shitty. But at the same time, like, I can get high now. I can get high at home. I don't have to be gone. So I started smoking every night at home, staying up and going straight to work and showing up to work like my eyes were bugged out and grinding my teeth. And then it was a real fucking high looking, and I had shades on all the time, and I was sweating, always sweating. And finally, after a couple of weeks, my boss came and called me into his office, and he put a piece of paper on the desk, and he goes, "Read this." And I read it. It's my resignation letter. Because you got two choices. You can either sign that letter, or you can leave this office. I don't care what you do. We're going to fire you because we're not having somebody like you work for us. Talking about a drug addict. So right then and there, I signed that piece of paper. I resigned. I quit. And then I was like, now I can get high. Now I can get high all the time. That's how much it had me. So I started getting high all the time and hanging out with a few buddies, and all of us, they were really well-off guys. One of them was a manager for the federal government. The other one was an MLA, and another guy worked at the diamond mines. So we all had money, and the four of us sat around for a month just smoking. Blew a lot of money, and all of a sudden, eventually the truck was gone, the sled was gone, my computer was gone, my camera was gone, my Canada Goose Down Parker was gone. Like, all this stuff was starting to go to feed the addiction. Next thing I know, a few months down the road, the house is gone. My apartment, I got evicted, and I had nothing. They locked the doors, and I couldn't get my stuff out of there. Lots of like little baby memorabilia was there in that house that are gone. They're gone. Lost all that stuff. Anyways, I had nothing. In a short time, a few months from top of the world, chasing the prime minister around, flying all over the country, to homeless in a real short time. And a few months after that, everything else was gone. Like, what more can be gone from being homeless, right? The friends, the people that I hung out with while I was using, they were gone. They closed the door on me. They didn't want me around. I had nothing to give them. I had nothing to share with them. Just this guy bumming hoots off them, stretched out on their floor or their couch. They didn't want me around, right? So finally, it was like winter, and it was freaking cold and blowing snow. And I was walking down the road, and I had no place to go. It was like minus 30, but real ugly minus 30. Snow blowing sideways in my face. And I remember I had absolutely no place to go, and I'm stuck in Yellowknife. I'm not from Yellowknife. I don't know anybody up there. I don't have family up there. So I'm walking down the road, and it starts hitting me. What did I do? What did I do? And it starts hitting me real bad, and I just start talking to myself like, oh my God, what did I do? Oh my God. Fuck, you fucked up, man. I'm talking like this to myself. What are you going to do now? I'm like, where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? I think I'm just going to go to that dumpster, sit behind the dumpster out of the wind and fall asleep because I'm so tired. And I probably won't wake up. You're going to die. You're going to die today, Kurt. So I'm walking. I'm like, oh God, oh my God, I'm going to die. God help me. God help me. And this is way that, like in Yellowknife, and I'm crossing. I come to the street, and I'm sitting there. God, oh my God, help me. And I cross that street, and it's just blowing snow. And all of a sudden, hear this horn honk. The car at the intersection there that I'm crossing, and I look up through the snow, and I see this hand in the window like this. So I walk around to the passenger side, rolls down the window. It's my cousin from Beard Ease. At that exact moment, in the middle of Northwest Territories, we crossed paths right when I was saying, oh my God, God help me. God help me. I don't want to die tonight. God, I think God put him there. Crossed our paths, and he saved me. He picked me up off the street, helped me get back to Vancouver. And when I left Yellowknife and I jumped on that bus to go to Vancouver, I swore I was never going to use drugs again. I was never going to use drugs again because I left. I left where all my problems were in Yellowknife, and I'm going to Vancouver, and I got off that bus a new man. Realized that things weren't as nice for my family in Vancouver that I thought. They're actually sleeping on the floor in the living room, my kids and my ex-partner. So I'm like, so I went to work, and I said, I reached out and got a job, and I started making really good money again, really as a freelancer editor. So I was editing for shows on APTN, and I worked real hard and tried to help get them back out of it, get myself back out of it. And I couldn't keep money. So I gave her the money all the time. Here's $2,000. Here's my pictures. It's $1,500. Here, take it. I can't keep it because I'm walking through Vancouver and people are getting high all over the place, right? I have my blinders on. I'm not going to use. Anyways, we wrapped up our show for the season. We went out for a steak meal, and I had no money because I gave it all to her. And had a few drinks, right? Beer with over food. As soon as I had those two drinks, boom, all I could think about was getting high. So I asked my boss, hey, can I get an advance, $500? And she gave it to me. Straight downtown, started getting high, and I was gone for the weekend. Anyways, I'm going to fast forward it 6 months down the road, not even 6 months down the road. I was selling things from the house. My little boy, I think he was almost 3 at that time, taking his video games and stuff, anything I could get my hands on worth money. I was taking it to the corner for a 10 chunk anything, my kids' stuff, jewelry, anything I can get high with. I was taking it. So finally, my baby mama there, she took me for a ride and took me to the park and told me, gave me your cell phone and said, here, you can phone your mom and she's got a treatment center for you. Or you can leave this van and walk out and never come back again. That's your choice. I chose to walk. I didn't phone my mom, get help. I chose to go get high in Vancouver. And I got to the streets and then I felt that I can get high again. I could be myself here. There was nothing but addicts all around me. And I didn't have to hide who I was. And I chose that life. I moved to the back alleys of Hastings Street. I went and lived there. There's rats the size of this bottle, big rats running through my feet when I sat down there, when I slept on cardboard and all that, and really struggled for a few months down there. Even, bad things happen. I was fresh to the streets, and I was a number, right, to the people who had been there for a long time. Anyways, the only thing I owned in my life at that time was my pipe and my lighter, and I would do anything for them. I used to lend them out to people to get high with, and they would give me a hoot or something. I was just kind of a beggar kind of guy because I didn't know how to live on the street and to live on the street. So this one time I lent my pipe to this guy and he took it from me. He wasn't going to give it back. Like, hey, give me my pipe. I was like, fuck you, man. That's mine now. And he's like cracking all solid. And then boom, I fucking laid it to him, right? And he's trying to take my life away. And the next thing you know, I'm on top of him. Boom, boom, boom. And there's a crowd of people watching right in the alley because nothing but drug dealers and drug addicts all over me. And this one guy's like, holy shit, man, that guy's got some skills. And he's talking about me beating this guy up over my pipe. And then everything changed from there. Everything changed. People started coming to me, wanting me to be there with them. These drug dealers come and walk the streets with me. I wasn't big and tough, but I was, tough enough, I guess. So they were asking me, hey, come work with us, and there's no gangs. There wasn't gangs there, but there was like ethnic groups. There was like the white guys, the black guys, the Chinese, the Hispanics, the Persians, the Jamaicans. They're all groups of different ethnic people. And they're all connected, like, the white guys, they're connected with the biker gangs, right? And the Chinese, they're triads. Like, that's their whole system. The Hispanics, they're brown brothers, right? So I thought I'd go check them out. And all the natives were all spread out, just all over. There was no solid group of natives in Vancouver. So I went and checked out these Hispanic guys. And they're like, how much are you going to pay me? What are you going to pay me? You want me to come and work for you? Be a worker? I'm like, yeah, here, we'll pay you in this. They gave me some dope. So I smoked it and all of a sudden, this is some weird ass shit, man. Like, I didn't feel good. My eyes are bugging out. I'm like, oh, this is not right. You want me to, I'm not going to work for you guys because they put so much garbage in their dope. People would be overdosing off that stuff. It's not drugs anymore. You're getting all this other crap they fill it up with. And that stuff kills you. I said, no, I'm not going to go work for you guys. So I ended up, I made good friends with this white guy named Bill. And I started working for them, right? And he would try to give me dope. Here's a 8-ball. You want to go sell this? Like, oh, man. Part of my job was finding people for them who owed them money. I go walk the streets and I go, okay, yeah, this guy's over here. Can you get him? Get him over here. Here's some dope. Get him over here. I'd get them over there. And they get hurt. They would get hurt real bad. And so that was my job. And I'm like, he's trying to give me dope. Like these are people that owe him money and they're hurting. And he's trying to give me dope. I'm like, come on, guy, what the hell, man? I'm not dumb. You give me this 8-ball. You think I'm gonna go on the street and sell it? I'm an addict. I'm gonna go smoke it. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna go have a good time for a few hours. And then you're sending somebody out to look for me. And I'm gonna be the guy all bloodied up there, you know. I'm not doing it. No, I don't want your dope. No, I'll buy my own. I'll work for it. You know. And they're like, hey, I respect that. That's what he said. I respect that about you. That's what I like about you. That's why you're with me all the time. And he was a real smart guy. And, you know, and we hung out quite for a real long time. And I remember one of my jobs, like he'd give me a cell phone and he'd tell me to answer this phone whenever he had jobs for me. So, and then I would get paid, right? And I'd get high. So I remember I was walking down the street and I seen this lady standing there and she's got a mini skirt and boots and she said she's waiting for her limo. And she's a working girl, prostitute. And she was in front of their hotel because they owned a whole hotel they dealt out of, they worked out of. And she's in front of there and she lived there and she was part of that. She was Caucasian, she's a white lady. And she's standing there. And I say, hey, how's it going? She goes, hey, how's it going? I'm like, good. And by that time, I was starting to get really messed up from the drugs. I was really skinny and my feet were sore and I was hunched over like that. And I told her as I was walking by, she told me, stay safe. And I said, yeah, you too, stay safe. We didn't say have a good day because every day sucked as an addict. Every day was horrible, was hell. So no, have a good day. Just stay safe. Keep yourself safe. So I said, yeah, you too. So I made myself about to the end of the wall. There's a corner store. I made my way there and I'm in the store. I had a few trying to buy like some gum or candies. I was into candies a lot. And then the phone rings. So I answered and it's Bill. He's like, hey, Kurt, could you come up to the hotel? Come to this room. It's a different room than his. And bring some garbage bags and duct tape. Like garbage bag, duct tape. And I'm like kind of high all the time. I'm bouncing like, you ever see a drug addict there? Some of them are, I was like, fuck, he's want garbage bags and duct tape for it. Whatever, I'm just going to go. So I went up there and I went to the hotel and I went to that room and I had my head down and knocked on the door and bouncing around there. And the door opens, I had my head down and I walk in and I look up and not even like 5-10 minutes later, I seen that lady that I just seen on the street. She's on the bed with no clothes on. She's got 2 black eyes. Her nose is broken, bleeding. Her mouth is hamburger. And then there's this lady, drug addict, who kind of works on that floor. And my buddy worked on a different floor, but they work for the same people. She's a white lady. And she's pounding the shit out of her. Poof, poof. How dare you do that to me? And she's looking like this. And this woman was big and strong. And she hit like a man, like a real tough. Poof. You know, she just pounded the shit out of that woman. And all of a sudden, like, I walk in there, I'm like, what the hell? And I seen my buddy Bill, and he's chewing his nails, and he's going like this, and he's like, just be quiet, just be quiet. He gives me a toke. So I smoke that toke, and I get sick again, because this is pretty horrible shit that I see, and like, I don't know, throw up. And anyways, he hits me, he goes, don't let him see your weakness. He's talking about those other people. Because they're different, you know, they're the same, but they're a different crew. So I'm standing there beside him, you know, because it's kind of like his backer, his bodyguard kind of thing, or his eyes, his 6. And that was my job, to be there with him. And he's sitting there. So I'm watching this, and this is like right freaking there, man. This woman is just getting the shit kicked out of her, no clothes on, like absolutely naked. So this lady grabs a razor blade and starts slicing her up all over her body, her legs. 10 minutes. I thought I had 2 hours. I can't finish my story in 10 minutes. Really, I'm only like halfway through. You want me to wrap it up? Okay. Anyways, so she's slicing this lady up, boom, all over her body. And this lady's screaming, and every time she screams, like boom, she's getting hit, boom, and you know, and then she grabs some perfume and starts spraying those little cuts all over her body, and she's screaming, and she's wincing because she can't scream because every time she screams, she got hit hard, and they were gonna kill her. That's what those garbage bags and duct tape were for that I was supposed to bring that I didn't bring. I'm like, fuck. Anyways, my buddy Bill's a smart guy. He's sitting there chewing us down. He goes, hey, Shelly. And she looks back. What's up, boo? Looks at him, turns around. She called everybody boo. And he goes like this to her. And she gets all happy. She was like in a rage, man, like psychotic. And all of a sudden, she's like, hey, shit, that's a great idea. How didn't I think of that? So she goes and grabs the scissors and grabs this girl by the hair and starts cutting her hair off. Real ugly looking too, like blotchy all over. Cuts all her hair off and just throwing it around. And that's what they do to women down there when they screw up. Is they cut their hair, they take their hair. And that's something that goes back centuries and centuries, that act of taking a woman's hair, and they still do that. Anyway, so they let her go with no hair, no clothes and stuff, and Bill, with that one word, smart guy that he is, saves her life, right? Saves her life. And you know the freaking crazy part about it, why Bill was there and me? Because that was Bill's old lady. He had to sit there. And that's why he's chewing his leg. He's mad. He's like, there's nothing he can fucking do because that's part of their crew. And they're giving it to his old lady, beating her up right in front of him, and he couldn't do nothing but take it. And he saved her life. And that's how I tell young people, that's what a gang is like. You screw up, shit's going to happen, right? These guys are really tight, but look at what he had to go through. And that's a true story. I'm going to move along a little bit here. I have a few more events that I wanted to share, but because of time, I'm not going to share them. Anyways, a year later, Bill ended up in jail. He got picked up for trafficking. And I was freelancing on my own, working for other people and stuff, and pretty much getting the shit kicked out of me as well. I remember getting face stomped on and stuff in a back alley, and I was really sick of this shit. I was driving this stolen vehicle, and the police pulled me over, and all of a sudden there's a whole shitload of them. And they all have their guns pointed at my head into the vehicle, and they're telling me, driver, their speakers, put your hands out of the vehicle, take your right hand and throw your keys on the floor, kind of thing. And I had to get out and do all this thing they're telling me and back up. And like, it was like a Cops episode or something. And they all had their guns pointed at me, and one wrong move, buddy, wrong move, you're dead. And they would have shot me there. So I had to get down on my face, and they jumped on my face, like my head, and handcuffed me. And then they picked me up by my handcuffs, like, oh. They called me in. I was just pissed off, right? Like, fuck. Anyways, they left me in a cell. It was a Friday night. They left me there right through to Monday with no food, no water, nothing. And I was already in and out of jail back then for little petty crimes I used to commit, possession of and shit like that. Anyways, this time the judge wasn't going to let me out. So I ended up staying in jail until the court case was done. And my lawyer's like, yeah, they want pen time. They want to send you to the pen. You're looking at going to the pen for this, being involved with that vehicle. Anyways, I'm like, okay. And she goes, but Kurt, just let me know when you're ready to get clean. I'll help you. I'll help you find a place. I know I'm not ready yet. I just wanted to get out and get high again. Anyways, a month later, pumping weights, eating really good, and I was starting to fill up again, and I started detoxing. I detoxed, I guess, this garbage that was in my body is gone. And I started thinking real clear. And I had a dream one night. And it's been well over a year since I seen my little boys. And I dreamt that I was holding them again, smelling them. I'm like, ah. And I just loved that dream. I remember I just loved being there with them again. And I opened my eyes and I realized I'm still in jail. And I thank God for giving me one more moment with those young boys, my kids. And at that moment, I decided to phone my lawyer and say, okay, I'll do it. I'll get clean. What do you have? What can you offer? What kind of help can you get me? And she goes, oh, great. I'm going to send you to a Christian home called Luke 15, Vancouver. I'm not sending you anywhere else. You know, and they're Christian and they really care about what they're doing and they're really good work. They won't feed, they're not real rich. It's not a real nice place, but they will help you. So I said, yeah, okay, I'll go. She says, just go there with an open mind. Just go there with an open mind. Try to stay there as long as you can. I know it's hard for addicts because you could just walk out whenever you want, you know. So they changed my remand from being in a remand center to my remand in this recovery house. So I served my bail term in this recovery house. And about a day or so later, I reached out and tried to get a hold of my boys. And that's not going to happen. You know, what I did to them was unforgivable, right? That was the word I got. And I'm like, well, fuck this. What am I going to do here? What am I doing here? Why am I getting clean if I can't see my kids again? Right? But she did give me some hope. She goes, maybe in time, if you prove to me that you're really doing what you're doing here, I'll bring the boys to visit you. But we're going to take it real slow, right? So anyways, I'm like, yes, okay, I can do this, right? But it was getting real hard because the devil was right there. And he's like, Kurt, come, let's go get high. Let's go. The door's open. Let's go. Come on, let's go get high. I know you want to. I'm like, shit, I want to, but I don't want to. I want to see my kids more. It was really, really affecting me, keeping me up all night where I can't stop thinking about getting high. But I didn't want to lose that chance of seeing those boys again. And I was losing. The battle with my addiction there. So Sunday comes along and we go to church. And I go up to the front row of the church there, right in the front row in the pew. And I go and get on my knees and I'm praying to Jesus up on the cross there. And I ask Jesus, are you God? In my prayer. I need to know right now, are you God? Because this fucking sucks, man. I hate this. I want to leave. And I can't get any help. I can't do this. But I need help, God. Let me know right here in front of me that you can hear me. Jesus, are you the same God that I pray to in the sweat lodge? Are you the same God that when I smudge? Are you God? I'm sitting there on my knees, praying there, looking at him straight, like, tell me. I can hate this. I want to leave, but I can't. I want to see my boys. I need help. But I need to know if you can hear me because I know you can help me. They keep telling me you can help me. So I open my eyes. Give me a sign. And I look up at Jesus as I finish my prayer. And all of a sudden, the roof of the church opens up. This bright shining light comes down from heaven. I was just kidding. And she was just... No, but for real, I'm on my knees. This is the real true story. And as soon as I opened my eyes, the doors of the church were open. A hawk flies in at that exact moment that I said, give me a sign. Let me know you're God and you're listening to me. And this hawk flew around in this big church, flew like that, and then flew to the front and hit the window and died. Well, as the hawk was flying around, the priest comes running out because it was before Mass. And he's like only half dressed, eh? a falcon. A falcon has blessed us. I'm like, holy shit, it's a hawk. Anyways, that's what happened. God gave me a sign, no matter where I am in my addictions, on my journey, that He's going to help me. All right. So I start praying real good and hard and start asking for things along my way. The real one that I was asking for was my life. I want my life. I want my life back. Give me a life. Let me live again. At that time, something happened. God gave me a life. This answered my prayers, I guess. You know that. Oh, my youngest sister, we're real tight. She lost her baby that day. And I realized that God gave me a life. I got her tattooed here. I've never seen this baby. It reminds me all the time what I have to earn. So, kind of careful what I pray for now. Ask for a life. Because I know God's listening. He told me. You know? So it was real hard to know. So ever since then, I'm like, I have to earn this life. I have to live my life. This little baby girl gave her life for me so I can live. Anyways, so I went on like that, and I ended up continuing on in this journey and doing things and following these steps that they ask us to take. But then I finally was allowed to come home to Saskatchewan during the Beardies powwow. I came home. I got a message from the boy's mom while I left. She told me that we'd never be together again, and that, through that time, and it just kind of hit me there, and it felt that fucking lump of barbed wire in my throat again, and it was there. And I couldn't get rid of this pain because I was really feeling everything. I was almost a year clean. And I was stuck at my cookum's house where I grew up, just me and her in the basement, no phone, no way to go and get high, no way to drink. I had to suffer that whole night, this pain of what I've done, the guilt and everything I did to my family. And I couldn't wait till the next day. Next day, I walked to my mom's, and she's sleeping on the couch there. And I walk in, and I said, "Mom, where are you?" And she goes, "I'm laying down, my boy. Come here." So I walk in there, and as soon as I see her laying on the couch, I fall, and I cried. I cried like I never cried before in my life. Everything, Mom, I screwed up, and I'm just crying and crying, like really crying. Tears were just coming out. And she's holding me. "It's okay, my boy. Cry, let it out, let it out." And everything through my life, everything, especially that drugs and shit, was coming out. And for about 20 minutes there, I cried, and she just held me and smudged me after it was done. And everything was okay. Like a big, huge weight off my shoulders. Like, holy smokes, I had no more pain. It was gone. What they were telling me as an 11-year-old boy could have been avoided is gone. Like, not everything, but it was a fucking big weight off my shoulders. Just letting it all go through tears, healing myself. Anyways, things moved on, and it's kind of a turning point in my life. One of those steps in my journey where I had to let go. I'm going to speed it up through another step here. 10 years later, I fell again, this time to alcohol. I was drinking 26 ounces a day at least. I needed that to go on. I was trembling at night. My body was seizing up. through that whole time in recovery, the first 7-8 years, I didn't take care of everything, and I thought I was normal. I'm an addict. I'll never ever be normal. I can't ever have a drink. That alcohol hit me hard, and I wanted to kill myself. And every time I wanted to kill myself, I got too scared and that I couldn't do it, so I'd have a drink. And then it's just like this relaxation. I didn't seize up. Even sleeping at night, I'd be sleeping like passed out, and all of a sudden, my body would just, and then I'd have to have a drink and I'd go back to sleep, wake up to drink. And as soon as that alcohol hit me, I didn't really care about killing myself anymore. You know, and Christmas 2017, I'm sitting there with a 6-pack of beer, and it wasn't doing anything because it was just beer, and I was a whiskey guy. And by myself, Christmas Eve, closed the lights in my house, and I was absolutely alone, thinking, how am I going to do this? What's my choices here? I asked myself your choices. And this was the question. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Straight up to myself. I says, if you want to die, just keep going on. You'll die. Or if you want to live, you can't live like this. You can't live drinking every day like that. Because after I worked as an outreach worker, I was like an addictions counselor, but I lost myself. I was able to refer myself to Egwaskeet here. And I came in 2017. That was actually 2016 Christmas. 2017, January, I enrolled myself to treatment here. And I did everything that they wanted me to do. These stupid coloring, you know. You know, these little things you got to draw in these little areas of your body you got to get to know. Stomach and pain and all this triggers and all this stuff. So I did all the work there. And anyways, one of the things that he did was we go to sweats, right? So I realized what is bothering me, what's making me drink. A fucking bitch, you know, that kind of thing. And angry. And so looking at myself, I wanted to sweat, and I said, I want to stop this. I'm not really good at Cree, but I think it's Pone Matuin, where you stop crying, end to cry. That's what they told me. That's forgiveness. When you stop crying inside, end it. So I went and took my tobacco and the sweat, and I told him, this is what I want to do. And I said it in my best Cree that I could. And prayed, did the sweat, came out, it was gone. I didn't have to carry that jealousy, that anger, that hurt, and those resentments that I let go were gone. And I walked out of there. And then it came when I got back to the treatment center. I'm laying there in my bed. There was a choice to make. Now that the Creator took it away from me, what am I going to do with it? Am I going to reach up and grab all that shit back and bring it back in my life? All that jealousy? All that stuff that they graciously took away from me because I asked them to? No, I had that choice. I started thinking like thinking. I said, no, it's gone. You know, and that was like ultimately the best thing that ever happened to me was to let go. You know, there's other steps that I had to take. And because of time, I can't get into them. But that was the big one. That was like the choice I have to make. Am I going to keep living like this? Or am I going to keep living, start living? And I chose to start living without bringing all that stuff back. I don't care what happened in the past there anymore. I don't forget it, but I don't care about it. You know, all I care about is what I do now, who I'm with, my family, and just enjoying my life. I don't need alcohol. Yesterday, I had an art show in a bar, and not one thought of having a drink. And I've been living like that for a while now, where I can go out and be around people that I don't even know, Muniao and all these people, rich people, whatever, and be all right with who I am. And enjoy myself and smile. And, hey, how's it going? Yeah, you know. So that, in a nutshell, is the quick version of my story. You know, I'm almost 4 years sober. I had a couple slips, which I didn't have to. And I look back, it's like, you don't have to. You don't have to. What kind of stupid mistake? I pick up a drink. Not because I needed to, because it's just dumb. Just dumb. You don't need that no more, Kurt. So I've been living my life with just going through the hardships of life. Stuff that used to baffle me. I didn't know how to handle. I can handle it. I can handle the loss of a loved one, like my cook passed away. I can handle separation. I can handle relationships. I can handle financial insecurities. I can handle all this stuff, no problem now. You know, and if I have a problem, I got the big guy upstairs. You know, I can go anywhere and pray. That's the way I think. I can go in a sweat. I could go to church. I can go to the tent, church, pray anywhere. I can drive down the road and I'm praying. You know, I just figured out that because I pray to Jesus, I pray to Creator. I'm like what you call by faithful. I just came up with that word, by faithful. But anyways, yeah, that's my story in a nutshell. So before I started talking, I went seeing my buddy Blair was at Eguiscate there when I was working there, and that's where I met him. He's come have lunch with me. So I went and talked to Blair before I talked. Gave him some tobacco. See, he's getting ready here. He said, Blair, do me a favor. Could you go and get your stuff, your medicine? I'm going to send every Calgary Flames fan out there to go get help. You hear that, Nathan? So Calgary Flames, go see Blair. He'll fix you up. Boom, 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 boom. Just hit you real hard with your rattle. Get better. Just kidding. You got your rattle? The real hard one? The heavy one, you know? Okay. Anyways, is there any questions? Any questions? Huh? The treatment center? Oh, we did a lot of coloring. Huh? Are you? Oh, right on. Yeah, I was there. I was there like a little while ago. I usually stop by there once in a while and cry. And I go, just kidding. That's cool. Right on. But yeah, like if you wanted advice, just do those things. Just do those things that they tell you to do. What else are you gonna do? Right? You're in a group in a room, and they want you to colors on your little figure. Just do that. You'll be okay. There's a reason why. And now, when I'm talking about the feelings, and those feelings, I understand where they come from. Just by those little coloring things that they made me do and these little exercises, I learn now how to live in the way that I live now, right? Yeah, so any other questions? Huh? Where for camera work? Oh, it was called the Aboriginal Skills and Development Center. It's kind of like an employment society. They have them all over the place. So they put on a program, they got money, and then I went to Native Education Center in Vancouver, and I got my digital video production degree there. No, I went to Gulf Islands Film and Television School. Basically, I was, in a lot of ways, even to this day, I'm self-taught. I'm constantly studying my craft and what I do, every day. Every day I'm on the internet trying to get better at what I do. To this day, still life's at school learning. Anyways, any more questions? Yeah. All over Onion Lake tomorrow. I took her photos before. I'll be yeah, they hire. I'm going to be doing some family photos for them tomorrow. And then like I was just telling Nathan, I come up to a point where I'm like, I'm done for December. I have jobs. I come here, I go to Beardy's in a week, and then I go to Quakatoos, and I'm doing these Christmas events. And I don't need to work anymore till next year because I already got jobs. And I'm not taking any more work because I have to balance the good. You know, I have to balance my life, and I don't like having my clients wait for their photos because I keep taking photos. So I have to catch up on that. And more importantly, I have to spend time with my family. I have a little 2-year-old daughter that when I'm at home, it's not go home and edit, it's go home and be with baby Kisa. Right? Her name's Kisa Keaton. 2 words, Kisa Keaton. Short for Kisa Keaton. So every time I call her name, I tell her I love her in Cree. Anyways, that's her name. And so when I go home, I try to get as much editing done, but the most important thing is being with my family. So that's the balance I have to live with, right? It's like I get shit, man. I get like, for being on the road too much, I get a lot of freaking flack, man. This kid is freaking out and you're not here to help me. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to work here. I'll be at home next week. No, just kidding. Anyways, any other questions? Oh. All righty. Yo. Oh, just kidding. She just comes running. Is somebody I worked with? Yeah, Nacho Libre, Jack Black. Because me and Nathan were like Nathan there, the video guy. We were stunt doubles for Nacho Libre. Yeah, he did all the deadly ring stuff. I was more of I did all the love scenes. He did all the wrestling scenes. I did all his love scenes, right? The most worldly famous person I ever shot was probably Prince Charles. Yeah, twice. But I was like a news guy. I was always chasing politicians, Paul Martin, John Chrétien. Those were back in my day, right? I did do was really like Elijah Harper. Elijah Harper, that was like a guy I actually got a photo with. I didn't care about Prince Charles. I'm not going to go take my picture with him, Sean Chrétien, or any of those politicians. But Elijah Harper, yeah, I'll get a picture with you, right? Yeah, Ted Nolan, you know. I'll get a picture with Ted Nolan. So I don't have a lot of pictures of me with famous people, but those are a couple that I really like to get my photos done with. Anybody, any other questions? Oh, what'd you guys think? Is it all right? Okay, one more thing I want to say that I didn't get to elaborate because I'm looking around here and I see a lot of people with family who might be addicted to whatever they're addicted to. How do you deal with that addict? And I'll tell you what my family did with me. They gave me a choice. Take this phone, or leave. Because I was hurting them. I know you don't want to hear that. There's ought to be another way. You got to protect yourself and your family from those addicts. You know, whether it's gambling, meth, alcohol, protect yourself. But never stop praying for them, because my cookum and my mom and all of them prayed for me that whole time. And the prayers are what got me through. So if you're dealing with that, that was the best thing. And I openly say it. I thank my family for shutting the door on me, letting me go and find my own way, rather, because I would still be hurting them right now if they'd let me. I know my mom would let me. She wouldn't kick me out, but she was in Saskatchewan. I was in BC, right? You know? So if you're dealing with that, shut the door, take care of yourself, and pray. Always pray for that addict. I always pray for the addict still suffering, right? And that was the best thing that happened to me, is that they did not enable me to hurt them anymore. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I never really touched on that yet. Any other questions? We're good? Larry, fix them up. Okay. Thank you for listening, and you guys have a good day.
Hello. We're just going to we're gonna give a blanket to all of our speakers and the poll. Yeah, just kidding. So Arlene is our elder with the agency, and so she'll be giving out the blanket. So the first person she'd like to give a blanket to is Curtis Cameron. Thank you.
Good luck.
A little short. The next people we'll get is Dwayne. He's here this morning. Ralph. And Jeff. I guess I would like to just say thank you guys for being here for the last 2 days. It's really great. I would just like to give a last round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. You'd like to say a few words? Okay. So we're not done quite yet. We still have to do some draws. I know Ralph would like to say a few words. So why don't I'll let Ralph say a few words while the staff get ready with the draws. And we'll finish off with the TV and things like that. So.
My brother, 2 minutes. I got to listen to him. But anyways, I just got an announcement to make. That's what it is. And Monday night here, we're hoping to get 4 elders together at the new high school. So what that purpose is to tell stories and share knowledge, wakuhtuin, wichitasuin, and skimsuin. Those are the 3 concepts that we're gathering. The work that we do, just shortly, when I wasn't able to get through the walls of Kehiwatstun, Enoch promised me the whole community. But when I got there, they put me back into a building and I never got it. I got frustrated after 3 years, 5 years over there too. I was here for 5 years and over there I was for 3 years. I got frustrated. So I said to them, I resign. And today, with the help of these 2 guys and her, I've been able to open up a group of people, a network of people. And we call ourselves, well, I called it's Kayasnihio Geeks Network. So what the whole purpose is to gather and help communities. Right now, we're working with Big River. Some other communities are asking us to come. We are working with Onion Lake right now. That's why we're doing that Kiyokato night, where we're inviting elders to come and share knowledge on Wakuhtuin, to come and share knowledge on Wichitasuin, and also to come and share knowledge on our identity, our lineages. And so, Kayas Nihil Geeks Network, there's going to be a website that's going to go up next week. Check it out. And we have cards. What I'm looking for is searching for people that have the puzzle to put back our people language together. I didn't have any room in this system that we have, and it doesn't give you room. It's occupied by Western knowledge and also the programming and servicing. So instead of trying to fight and argue my way through people, I just stepped out of it and we created our own system, and that's what we're doing. We're all about language and culture. We're all about helping people, the community, the families, and the person. That's what we're doing. And so we're a nonprofit company. We don't ask money from the band. I get the money there from some people that are going to donate or else proposals. That's what I do. And that's where we're getting our money from. And we're in the communities trying to help. And so I'm always searching for people that will work with us, that can help our people. And so that's what we do. So we're here Monday night, and we borrowed that amphitheater, 6 to 8. And your elders are going to tell stories about Onion Lake, tell stories about the families, tell stories about everything. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to gather those, and I'm going to give them back to the families so children can understand their family stories, so the schools can use the proper information, so we can know the place names of Onion Lake, for example, the territory, those kind of stuff. So nanaskom tinawa. Check it out.
Thank you. So we're going to be doing the final draws here. But at this time, I would like to just really thank my team for helping do this, helping set this up. Recreation had a huge part in helping us, and really, we wouldn't have been able to do this without my team. So I'd like to give them a round of applause. There's two back there, and there's some up here, and Arlene, our elder. Okay, so the first draw we're gonna do is the movie passes. Okay, you have to have your ticket. You have to be in here to win. Okay. Arlene's gonna draw the first one. The last three numbers are 724. 724. How many movie passes is there? Okay. 724. Yeah, it's good to go. There's 5 movie passes in there. The next one is the toy hamper. Oh, it's those 2 bags there. Okay, and we'll do the draw for the next one. The last 3 digits are 735. Oh, movie passes again? What's that? It's on here twice. Sobeys Turkey? Sobeys. The next draw we're going to do is a Sobeys gift card and a turkey. Okay, the gift card's for $150. The number is 8675309. No, I'm just kidding. It's 750. 750. Crickets. 54750. Okay. Okay. 682. Last 3 digits, 682. 682. Okay. 731. Way to go. Is that it? Okay, the Ninja Blender. The Ninja Blender is next, and the ticket number is 740. 740.
But it goes back in there, right?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the next one is the West Edmonton Family Passes. There's more than that's on this list. Well, this is it. Like we're doing them all right now. What do you want to do first?
Okay, let's do the small one.
I don't have it on the list, so I need to know.
This is mystery.
Sorry, little mix up there. The next one we're doing is actually a mystery bag. The number is 752. 752. Awesome. Yeah. $50. So here we have a $50 Lloyd Mall gift card. And the number for that one is 723. 723. 723. Mikey Quay. 703. 703. Okay, awesome. This is another $50 Lloyd Mall gift card, and the number is 739. Awesome. The other one is a Tommy Gun gift card for how much, Nelly?
$35.
$35. You can get your bangs trimmed. That's about it. Last three numbers are 743. 743. Okay, so no, I take it they're not here. 683. 683. 683. Nobody. Okay. 709. 709. What's up? Okay. We're going to be doing the roadside safety kit. And if you don't have a vehicle, you can throw it in your Chevrolet legs there. Okay. 754. 754. Are you serious? Who gave her a ticket? She won the TV. That's for your staff, not just you. You guys split those candles in there. Okay, and what's left? Okay. There's 4 West Edmonton Mall choice passes and a $250 prepaid Visa card in here. So the number for that one is 702. Okay, awesome. Thank you. No problem. Okay, we're putting all the numbers back in from today that were drawn, and that they'll go in to also have a chance to win the 65-inch TV. So, okay, let's see. You're too tall. Stop. I don't want to do this. I don't want to draw.
I know, me too. Get somebody else. Nathan.
Okay, come draw. I don't want to. I'm getting.
Are you doing the last 3?
Yeah, last 3 digits.
All right. For the 65-inch Philips TV, smart TV, is going to 6. 8. 4. Hey, yo. 684. Going once, twice, redraw. All right. I need to hear a little more emphasis when you guys hear a number there. Oh, yeah. Can I get a... All right, here we go. Oh, that's a funny thing, this number. All right. First number for the 65-inch smart TV is 6. Second number, and this number has a twin. All right. So if I say this number, it's the other number is its twin. So the first number is 6. The second and third number is 9. 699. Hey, congratulations. Let's see. 699. Congratulations. You won. All right, that's okay. All right, there you go.
Okay. So I would just like to say thank you everybody for coming out. It's greatly appreciated. And I hope you guys learned something. I really wish we could have had more hours in the day. I could have listened to everyone today a little bit longer. But thank you. Safe journey home. It's awfully cold. And so thank you for joining us in the freezing weather a second day. And we're going to just have our elder do a closing prayer right now. So before you leave, if you could just hold off and let our elder do a closing prayer, that would be great. Please and thank you.
All right, you guys, there you guys go. The official ending of the conference here. We're going to do a camera thing. I'll just switch. I want to thank everyone for coming here. I want to thank you guys for watching this thing. We're going to fade to black. We're still live, but I want to thank you guys for coming and watching and paying attention and enjoying all the stories that were on here for the last 2 days. And you guys take care, and we'll see you at the next one.